Hello there, everybody, and welcome in for Part 4, Act 4 of our Quantum Break replay. While we're going through the Remedyverse leading up to Control Resonant's release, welcome back in. So today is probably going to be the longest one of the entire run-through. If I remember correctly, this one has 4 parts, not just 2 or 3 like the rest of the acts, but anyways... Hey there, Verimum, thank you so much for the donation right off the bat. You were amazing. You were very kind and generous, thank you. Hey there, Ray, how you doing? Welcome on in, it's been a while. How you doing? Alright, let me go ahead and get my headphones on. Make sure everything is working. Alright, so a quick disclaimer if you're just finding this video right off the bat. We will have full spoilers for the entire Remedyverse, all the information we have up to date. I will do my best not to talk about the ending of this game, but the rest of the Remedy games are 100% going to be discussed, so you've been warned. Hey there, Lacarthan, how you doing? From Alaska, nice! Hope your day's going well. And Emerson, I don't think I've seen either of you in chat before, so how you doing? And Scapular, first stream? Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so I have my notes right here. Let's get this ball rolling. And of course, the load screen's gonna take forever. Seriously, Ichiro, I need to have the "You Have Been Warned" audio file ready to play at any point in time. Because that is just too perfect, and I meant to say that all the time now at this point. So this entire section on the Port Donnelly Bridge in the novelization doesn't exist. As soon as we leave the gala, Jack immediately goes straight back to the pool hall. There's no in-between. Now, the event on the bridge does occur. It is something that happens in the book, but it's not something... It's off-screen, essentially. And Jack's not directly involved in it. I think there's like a news report or something off to the side. First time live, you've been savior for the slow work days. Hey, glad to help.
One thing Mr. Serene needed to survive. Dr. Amaral. That made you priority 1.
Yeah, they made that clear. Monarch lined every escape route with barricades, roadblocks. I had to get to the mainland, but I couldn't do it by car. Needed a new plan.
All right, let's go.
I was going to say to the... Please don't tell me you froze.
I think I'm gonna need a ride. The streets are too hot.
Alright, where do you want me?
I'll let you know as soon as I find some higher ground and get a good look at the situation on the bridge. I think it might be a no-go.
Sounds good. Oh, so you met Amelia Ray and got her autograph? The actress who plays Amy? Nice! How did that go? What was the event that you met her down at?
Gotta get to higher ground.
I was watching her and her husband's playthrough of the Remedyverse at one point when they were doing it early this year. Or late last year, I don't recall.
Alright.
Whatever that is, I have no idea. I mean, the guards don't get paid enough,
I'm looking at the
Trailblazer.
bridge right now. It's a lot of Monarch. I don't know, maybe you could sneak across?
Well, maybe.
Or I could pick you up. Let me know. I'm pretty exposed out here, so try to make it fast.
I'll be a lot better when you get me on that boat. Monarch's right on my ass. I'm not exactly making friends out here. How's Dr. Amaral?
Still kicking and screaming. How long do you need to get here?
That depends. Let me check. Paul. What the actual fuck?
Come on, Jack, you can figure out who's doing all this graffiti already.
Better get inside before the chopper spots me.
Oh, it's down there, sorry. Like, I knew there was another Chronon source, and... before we head inside the building, so that's my bad.
Still there?
Yeah, just looking for a viewpoint.
Alright, so before we head inside the building, we do have a few things to take care of. We have a couple audio diaries and its junction variants, as well as some quantum ripples to poke our head through. Hopefully the game didn't mess us up like last time, where it didn't unlock them for whatever reason. Alright, let's do this.
It was him. The whole time, Martin fucking Hatch has been sabotaging me from the inside. He destroyed the lab containing my only treatments. I can feel my sickness spreading by the minute. Without those treatments, it's only a matter of time until... He's had his hands in every phase of Monarch's development, overseen our R&D division for years. Why? Why now? This can't be about control.
He said the thing.
He wants control of Monarch. He is using this company for his own agenda, building towards something. All those secret projects I granted him, what has he been up to? We will find him, and I will put an end to this once and for all.
Okay, so that's that one, and then we have the variants of that audio diary if we pick the Trust Hatch junction route. So let's go ahead and swap over real quick. Serene part 5. And that's going to be the Trust Hatch part.
I can still see her eye.
Nope, not that one. Is it this one?
September.
Nope, that's 4. Here we go. This one right here.
Sophia. She kept me grounded. Reminded me of the reason I created the lifeboat. The parts of humanity that were worth protecting. I trusted her. More than I've ever trusted anybody. Every time I received my treatment, I put my life in her hands. And every time, she has been slowly taking it away from me. All these years, she claimed to be looking for a permanent cure. In reality, she's been searching for a way to destroy not only me, but everything I've built. And she finally found it. Martin's evidence makes that much entirely clear. She didn't do this alone. There are others. I will find her, even if I have to torture every fucking scientist in this company. I will find her! She will answer for what she's done.
Mm-hmm. If you say so, buddy. I still don't get how he goes down that route. Alright, quantum ripple reports. Let's hopefully it actually worked this time. I don't know why it was being weird. Yeah, see, this time it lets us view it just fine. No idea. Alright, so, quantum ripples that emerged from the private gala speech that Hatch delivered being leaked on live broadcast, so being live streamed. It's funny how Remedy essentially wrote 2 paranoid leaders in Trench and Serene. It feels like Serene when he gives up like Trench and then his takes over. Yeah, well, there's going to be a lot of narrative echoes between all their stories. There's a very obvious... I mean, think about it this way too, Crispy. The Quantum Break is supposed to end in 2021, or at least the story ends in 2021 with the end of time, where everyone in Monarch Tower is essentially in lockdown, and it's kind of the last bastion of life. And then Control picks up where it's a building lockdown, everyone's stuck inside of this giant building, and then the last bastions against some great Eldritch force. It kind of like it picks up from here, and the story continues just in a different universe with different characters. We just interpret it as if it's kind of a whoop, straight through. Anyways, okay, so some of the ripple effects that came out of this pebble. Monarch PR director Oswald is recovering from surgery in Riverport Hospital, suffers a massive stroke. Now, most likely the reason behind this is he was sitting in his hospital bed watching TV, noticed that the event was being broadcast live, and because he's a PR rep, he just started freaking out. His blood pressure went off through the roof, and his body was just blah, 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 blah. He freaked out, and that initiated the stroke. So that at least we can track that. That tracks. It makes sense. Another one is the ... cartoon show rescheduled due to additional news coverage from the Monarch Gala. Yep, that's fine. They do that all the time with TV. Is they remove, they air some things over others depending on how much attention it's going to get. And then the last one is numerous conspiracy theories on Monarch appear online, including several links to an alleged secret government agency, the Bureau of Altered World Events. Is it true? So the information what I can gather from this is in the Quantum Break universe, there is a version of the FBC, but it is called the Bureau of Altered World Events instead of the FBC. Which begs the question, can we really argue if the events of this House of Dreams occurred in the Prime Remedy universe or in the Quantum Break universe, if that's the case? I'm going to presume it takes place in the Prime Remedy universe only because they directly mention Samantha in the oldest house in the research sector. But at this point in time, the whole idea behind the Federal Bureau of Control hadn't been developed by Remedy. They intended to call it the Bureau of Altered World Events, and it was later changed. So that's just going to be a reality shift. We're just going to say a reality shift occurred, moving on. But it's still technically possible that in this universe, it's called the Bureau of AWE, so the BAWE, or whatever you want to call it. This bureau is an echo of the FBC in the main reality. That's my headcanon, bomb style. I mean, it makes sense to me. Alright, Dr. Morphin, Dr. Ranger. Ooh, ouch. Yeah, this is bad. Serene's gonna be mad. And that's all they really say. Nothing, come on, you guys can be more creative than that. And the other quantum ripple we have here occurs when we play the erotic audiobook. It is broadcast over the R&D facility PA system, vandalism or confession of love. The first one is Dr. Morphin finds himself aroused by what he hears. Dude, TMI, you don't have to say that. And Dr. T. Ranger does not get aroused by what he hears. For some reason, they found this very, very necessary to include into an official Monarch document. But, moving on. Another ripple coming out of this is the Chronon Tech striker candidate Sunders is distracted by the broadcast and falls off of the cliff and drowns. So, yeah, Jack just caught another body by accident because he distracted him with this erotic audio. And then El Hakola's erotic novel Adventures in Flesh skyrockets on the bestseller list. You know what? That happens. That happens. Well, it doesn't say if Sunders was enjoyed what he was hearing. He just got distracted by it. So who knows? Who knows? What if the AWE is misheard of who they are? The Bureau deals with altered world events. AWE Bureau. I mean, we're injecting possibility there, but at the end of the day, the conspiracy theories are flat out saying this, and yes, we can argue that the people putting this online are incorrect. But remember, at this point in time, Remedy had already mentioned the Bureau of Altered World Events, so this was their intention when they wrote this. And if you're going to say they're going to retroactively backtrack through it, there's really no need to. It can just be what it is. So El Hakola is RCU canon now? Yes. Adventures in Flesh is RCU canon, and we will have to write a whole video on that. It is what it is. Alright, transcripts of the related discussion. A confession of love? What? That's conjecture, I know, but wait. What the hell, Ron? So his name is Ron Morphin. Morphin finds himself aroused? No, we are not including this in the report. You're insane. I'm sorry, Terry Ranger, but I hold us to rigorous scientific standards. We have to report and record our findings exactly. Nobody wants to know this kind of nonsense. You don't know that, and you're already being very judgmental. Anyways, I already filed the report. Oh, God. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that's even necessary, but let's head inside and take a look at some other piece of media. You guys ready for some Night Springs?
So, we don't know where he is. We can't find him. So we need to look into a replacement.
The narrator went missing, guys.
All ponies are made of butter in Night Springs.
Yeah, no, you don't get the job.
All of ours. Lots of the Kratzu things happening in Gitu of Nigat Springs.
Thank you.
No.
All ponies are made of butter in Night Springs.
We know the old dance, the fortunate and the destitute. The haves and the have-nots. Those who dine at the table and those who starve in the street. But the tables can be but the tables can be turned. The gluttonous consumer may find himself the consumable resource. Do that again.
Yeah, do that again.
And yet, that is the fate that awaits you in Night Fringe.
It's Night Springs.
Fringe is a good show, though.
Night Cringe.
Springs.
Bright Blings.
Night Springs.
Yeah, Bright Blings.
Winge.
Jesus.
We know the old dance. The fortunate and the destitute. The haves and the have-nots. Those who dine at the table and those who starve in the street, but the tables can be turned. The gluttonous consumer may find himself the consumable resource in Night Springs.
I mean, it sounds like you're just talking, dude.
Things.
Dude, that'd be so funny if, like, Matthew just walked into the recording booth to do one of these. But yeah, we don't know what happened to the original narrator of Night Springs, and I'm curious about the episode they were reading for. I'm not sure if it's a real episode. But if it is, then maybe it's supposed to echo the events of Quantum Break. No clue. You want an in-universe parody of Night Springs called Bright Blings? Oh my gosh. I'm losing a lot of frames right now for some reason.
On Joyce or Wilder. Doing another sweep.
I can't stay here long, Jack. You're gonna need to be quick.
Yeah, about that.
Bad news?
Reoccurring theme of the night. I'm looking at the bridge right now. It's getting tense out there. If I go anywhere near that thing, there's gonna be innocent people caught in the crossfire.
All right. Any bright ideas?
Our fire! There's no way in hell you're gonna get away with this!
Calm down. You need to take a look at your truck.
Let me see. There's a pier under the bridge. You should be able to meet me there with the boat. Giant gas sign out front. Can't miss it.
It's nice and bright for Monarch to see.
There's not a lot of options. Switching to Monarch frequencies. Be in touch soon.
I'll be there in a few minutes. Don't stand me up.
Okay, let's head on down. And
How are we getting down there? Where's the
let's do this first before we head all the way down, because there's some more dialogue below us.
All right, Bobby's back, and we're getting reports of more and more of these Monarch roadblocks springing up all over town. What the hell is going on in Riverport tonight? We've got a truck driver from Lucky Joe's Treasure Trove on the line. Greg Lawrence, talk to me.
Yeah, I'm out here by Port Donnelly Bridge. Monarch's got the whole goddamn place locked down. Now they're trying to inspect my truck.
Bullshit alarm. No, these guys aren't police. This ain't the FBI. You got crap to deliver, then you hit the gas and push on through, my man. Monarch's got no authority to stop you, and you tell that to everybody on that bridge. What would Lucky Joe think, Greg, huh? Joe needs his goods.
Yeah, that's what I said, but they're not letting me go.
You know, just a little while ago, we were getting reports of some kind of explosion at the Monarch Mansion at Gull Island. This is the third event in, a day or so that links Monarch to explosions and disasters and civilian casualties. Where are the police? Huh? Where are they? You don't let them search a damn thing. I've been trying to get somebody from Monarch on the line for a full day now. No comment. Riverport PD? No comment. I'm hearing no comment a hell of a lot tonight. I want answers. You should too. We'll be right back after this.
Alright, so the tune playing on the radio right now is Manhunt Number 2 by the War Chief, which this is like the third song they provided to the game.
Bastards.
All right, and when Bobby mentions that they have no authority here, novelization, in the novel, they technically do have the authority. Remember how I mentioned earlier on that one of the people in Monarch's pocket was a lobbyist in D.C.? Well, they managed to get an exemption. I think there was like an amendment that they had passed through Washington, which permits Monarch to have a independent paramilitary group, and they can operate within U.S. borders. So technically, at least in the novelization, they do say, yeah, legally speaking, they are permitted to have their own independent military. Which is kind of nuts.
HQ, this is Gatekeeper 1. Sleepies are up in arms over here. They're getting out of their cars. Some asshole from Lucky Joe's won't let us search his truck.
You heard Serene. We take the hard line. Easy on the trigger finger, but if it comes to it...
Copy.
Yeah, and Lucky Joe's was there's an advertisement for that way back in the, at the university. Alright, so before we head on, let's switch over and do the Teresa Sedmark variation of that radio broadcast. Okay.
For those of you just tuning in, the manhunt continues as authorities search for Jack Joyce, the suspect in last night's university terror attack. Joyce may also have been involved in a firefight at the Monarch Mansion on Gull Island approximately 30 minutes ago. On the line, we have Ken Bukowski, a bridge operator for the Port Donnelly Bridge. Ken, what can you tell us about the situation out there?
Hey, I just want to give a shout out to my little guy. Hey, Ben, hope you're listening.
Isn't it past his bedtime?
He'll be up reading those Hunger Games books if I know him. But, yeah. I'm just out here in the control booth overlooking the bridge. Monarch's got a roadblock set up, checking all the cars as they go through. It's all very well organized. I got a nice young fellow from Monarch up here, Darren, doing some kind of lookout from above. He's not a coffee drinker, so there must be something wrong with him.
Hey, yeah, I'm a dirty tea drinker, that's fine.
But we're in good hands, even though it's not cops at the roadblock.
Yes, Ken, Monarch is working to assist the police in the hunt for Jack Joyce. I know some people have asked, does Monarch have the authority to do this? Well, my question is, if not Monarch, then who? I think we need to recognize that we are currently in a state of crisis. Why isn't Joyce behind bars? If the police are overwhelmed, then I say we take all the help we can get. Monarch is the only thing keeping this city safe. Am I right, Ken?
I guess that makes sense.
You bet it does. I suggest we stop asking why they're helping us and start helping them. But that's just me. We're opening the lines for your thoughts, Riverport, right after this.
Again, she's just state-sponsored BS. Or Monarch sponsored, I should say. All right, let me make a couple display adjustments. I'm just gonna change this a little bit just to see if that'll help. Because, yeah, for some reason, it's like I'm really losing frames right now. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Yep, talking about Amy back there.
Target has been spotted under the bridge.
It's like, bro, if you don't want them to see us, don't yell at me. Yeah, if you go PR route, everybody is trying to track you. Even the citizens here are throwing you under the bus, and regardless, that guy threw us under the bus too.
Gotta get to that pier.
Yeah, man. Pistol's way better than anything else here. How many more? We've got 2 more? Screw it. Hey, you there. How you doing, son? Boom to the face. Oh, stand back up. Damn! Okay, and I'm completely out of ammunition for that weapon. Do we have a backpack somewhere? We need a backpack somewhere. I'm not seeing one. Great. In the booty. Alright, let's see if we can find a backpack. There is none. Crap, we're gonna have to do this with pistols only. Shit! And now he's got the little shield up, so I can't do anything till that shield breaks. Shit. I do not like those little immunity bubbles. Got it.
HQ, we've got
Okay.
eyes on the pier.
Keep your sights on that dock. He may try to escape by water.
Shit.
HQ, the civvies heard gunfire. They're freaking out up here.
Beth, change of plans. The pier's too hot. Gotta find another way across.
I'm almost there. Just wait 2 minutes.
I'm not putting Dr. Amaral at risk. I'll make it across that bridge. Whatever it takes.
Hey, so we got Uncle Stu's Lobster Shack. I haven't had some good lobster in a while.
I need to get up to the bridge. Cross it.
Port Authority, sure. It's poison for you? Ah. Do through the gate. And no game, we always turn right back around. Oh gosh, I had some really good crawfish when I went out to Texas for my cousin's wedding. Oh my god, so good.
We've got civvies trying to push through the line.
You know your orders. Hardline. Any means necessary.
Come on, there you go. Maintain control, where you also told them that you can shoot if you feel the need Lucky Joe's treasure trove. They literally knocked the big rig right off the bridge. So if you're making Control Resonance for the next 2 years, you're going to play Expedition 33, right? I mean, there's a lot I want to play. Jesus. It just really comes down to time and demand. Because I still need to wrap up and finish up the last episode in the Psychonaut series. I may get back to the last 3 or 4 Hellblade episodes that I never finished making. All the Old Gods of Asgard, the entire album song list. Like, there's just so much going on. But my big focus at the moment is getting the mostly complete history or lore of the Remedyverse wrapped up. And that's taking a lot of time, unfortunately. Okay, have you noticed these two, Charlie Wincott and Fiona Miller, sought in connection with recent terror events? Do not approach. Please contact Monarch Solutions with any information as to their whereabouts. See, I get Fiona being on this list, but Charlie, I don't get. I don't understand why he would be on here, because one, Clarice is a Hatch loyalist, and Hatch is using Charlie for his own means right now, so throwing him under the bus and burning him doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So that's just me personally. And really the only difference in the hardline versus PR part of this is in hardline, which is what I'm playing, he gets shot and killed and that sparks the riot up here on the bridge. And in the PR, this does not happen and everyone's kind of just cool with the checkpoints. Alright, Monarch Field Orders update for Martin Hatch. All field operatives be advised that Martin Hatch is now considered a compromised asset. All orders and instructions from him, new or existing. Oh, that might be why in this one. Because he's aligned with Hatch and now they've turned on Hatch, even though police is still running the operation. I wonder if he's on this if we go PR. Or if we trust Hatch and distrust Sophia. I'd have to double check. Anyways, all orders have been instructed from all orders and instructions from him, new or existing, have been rendered invalid and have been countermanded. Please contact your supervisor for further information as required. Hatch is responsible for the destruction of a vital medical supply, involved in the deaths of numerous Monarch personnel, and may be collaborating with Jack Joyce. The investigation is ongoing, but Martin Hatch is to be detained with maximum force if encountered. If he cannot be captured, he should be considered a priority target who, under no circumstances, should be allowed to escape. Take no chances. He is considered to be extremely dangerous. Alright, so now we got the other version of that. Now we got the other variation of this. Let me scroll down real quick, where if you trust Hatch and distrust Sophia. Sophia Amaral, there we go. So this is going to say, all field operatives be advised that Dr. Sophia Amaral is now considered a compromised asset. Early reports that she was kidnapped from Gull Island by Jack Joyce should be disregarded. She is now believed to have been complicit in the events involved in an explosion that destroyed vital medical supplies. The investigation is ongoing, but for the time being, she is to be detained if spotted. If she cannot be captured, she is considered to be a priority target and should not be allowed to flee under any circumstances. So pretty much the exact same thing, just targeting the other person. Now, if we do the PR route, this Lucky Joe's big rig does not get knocked over. Instead, it's still sitting right here, and one of the Monarch guys is showing him a mugshot of Jack, but that's not going to be in this one. Okay, let's get on going. Yeah, and they're giving people coffee and just all around being cool dudes. But from my perspective, it doesn't really make sense for Bull to trust Hatch at the end of the day. Oh, more Nissan ads. I glitched like a robot for a second. Hold on, hold on. Shield me. Got you. Okay, we're good. Okay, I need to take these guys out real quick. Oh, shit! That's not the direction I wanted to go. I wanted to go this way. Perfect. Okay. Okay, at least we got him stun locked for a second. You're good. Okay. Ooh, get off me. Please do not smack me like that. I do not appreciate your aggressiveness, sir.
Okay. Okay, good. It's cool.
You good?
Just
We're
gotta
good.
make it across the bridge so we can clear.
Let me go refill my ammo real quick while we're here. I don't know how long it's gonna be until we find another backpack. Hey there, buddy. So my intrusive thoughts said, I wonder what these gulls' feet feel like, and just, I don't know. I've never, sorry, intrusive thoughts being weird. Moving on. Yeah, I think they're called juggernauts in the game Trailblazer, but Rhino definitely works. Okay, so that's the last. I think that's 100% of our collectibles in this area. Yep, we're 100%. Let's go check our upgrades real fast. So, available point. Oh, we have 20 points? Shoot. So, what do we want? Reduce cooldown on you for sure. I definitely want that. Multiple takedown, I don't really care. Time dodge, extra activation. I mean, that could be good. But that's going to cost 6. I don't need increased size for that. I think time shield is probably better. Shield lasts longer and has a larger radius. Let's go with extra activation for now. Alright, now for the spectacle of this section. What do you think regular people think when there's a bunch of new corpses around them? Dude, that happens all the time in the book. It's insane. Like, you're just standing there 1 second, then all of a sudden there's a bunch of dead people around there, or things are falling from the sky. It's crazy making stuff. So essentially what's going on here is the bridge is in 2 states simultaneously, where in one reality the bridge is down and the other reality the bridge is up. The captain of the tanker ship sees a reality where the bridge is up, so he keeps driving, and then for some reason there's just a crosswire there where 2 states exist simultaneously.
Oh no. This is so bad.
Alright, let's get out of here.
I knew I'd be dead if the stutter collapsed while I was in the frozen crash.
Whoa, let's not do
solid
that.
ground, and the deck of the cargo ship was my best bet. Just had to find a way down.
Leap! God, imagine if they were able to film a scene like this, but live action, where it's more cinematic. Dude, that'd be crazy.
Now what?
Well, technically, Superstar Man, the guy who's driving the boat didn't do anything wrong. You dick. He literally was driving, he saw the bridge was up, and he drove through.
The frozen crash was a mess. Somehow, I had to find my way across. Hope for the best.
Again, like, you really can't fault anyone in this scenario. It's just reality's being weird. There we go. Reset this section of time and run. Okay, we're good.
I kept heading downwards, towards the cargo ship.
Yeah, I'd say a lot of people died during this haul, man.
The route down wasn't exactly user-friendly.
And we'll talk about more instances of something like this happening in part 3 of this act.
Timeline's getting scrambled.
Shit, why did I just walk into that? I literally just, like, without a care in the world, just lackadaisically walk right into there. That's me being dumb.
I kept heading downwards, towards the cargo ship.
You're good, Marama. I'd say count everything from now on when Draco arrives, he can add it to the current death counter. I think we're at 6 now.
The route down wasn't exactly user-friendly.
I'm not sure.
The fracture was getting much worse. Timeline's getting scrambled. Caught in violent loops, off sync.
Okay, we're good.
Crashing into each other. This was what the end of time would look like. Everything was broken. In chaos. Frozen. And no one would know.
We just have to have our tight rope game mechanic. Hiya! Ooh, we got a little slide. I like slides. Now, does anyone wonder if the stutters, because I already asked this question before, does anyone wonder if the stutters start time and end time
was escalating. Objects were moving out of time.
Were done intentionally?
Entire timelines overlapping. And it was going to get worse. Unless we could stop it.
Because if it didn't happen in this exact order, then Jack would never have been able to get down. So the stutters had to have happened that way.
Power you're wielding. You need to hand this technology over to Monarch. I've prepared for what happens next.
You say you're prepared, but no part of this plan of yours involves stopping it from happening.
Even if I fix William's machine, what could you possibly hope to achieve? The end of time is coming. There's no way to—
Hey! This isn't a debate. I just watched a ship fast forward through a fucking bridge. Time is running out, and the fracture's getting worse by the minute.
And it cannot be stopped. Paul has been to the end of time. He's witnessed it firsthand. Can't you see? We prepared for what's next out of necessity.
Your research is based on work by William Joyce. You respected him. He knew that the fracture would occur, but he also knew that it could be fixed. Will built a way to stop the fracture. This. The countermeasure. We're traveling to the past to retrieve it. You can help us get there faster. Or you can agree to disagree.
I'll have to run diagnostics on the machine. I can't promise anything before that.
Nick, take Emerald to the machine. Keep an eye on her.
You got it. Welcome to the team, Doc. Don't make me shoot you.
Come on, Nick. Or Ben Jones. Blanche McDougal. Whichever name you care.
Jack, before we head downstairs, we have to talk about something.
So no, Marama, I don't mean like someone else is triggering the stutters. I mean more because like the whole deal with quantum immortality and fixed points is that nothing can impede an individual's path to get to reach that fixed point. Therefore, the universe has to find a random variation of the stream of events to allow this to happen. So the universe just is finding a certain combination of stutter, stop, and start to allow him to get down safely so he can continue moving forward to his fixed point. Because he can't get killed on the bridge. He does have plot armor, but it's more quantum immortality. You can't put it past Remedy to make plot armor a legitimate piece of lore. Beth's 2010 chart. Alright, original point, countermeasure, compact to stolen, Dr. Joyce's works. Something dry docks, no Monarch, something yet, how long until it ends. Fixed time machine, Amaral, travel to 2010, retrieve countermeasure in the workshop, return to 2016, post-university incident, use countermeasure. And then we all go out to Denny's. Because Denny's is for winners. Alright. So one little thing, I shouldn't say little. So one big difference between Sophia Amaral's character in the book versus the game in this scene is obviously you can see that Sophia is very combative to the entire idea. She's like, no, we gotta get this over to Monarch, we gotta take care of this and go along with the plan. In the book, she's far more suspicious of Monarch. She's loyal to Paul, but she understands that information is being withheld from her. The mathematics of when the end of time is going to start is obviously 5 years off, and all the math proves it. But everyone keeps gaslighting her into thinking, oh, no, that's not the case. So she's kind of frustrated with Monarch in general, and the second that Beth, Jack show up and say, like, hey, this is what's going on, her attitude is like, oh my god, yes, that makes perfect sense. Thank you for finally giving me the information and the data points I've needed. And she's far more helpful and has no issues assisting them. She's like, okay, cool. Makes sense. I'm on board. So she's she's very different in terms of her characterization when we get to the scene.
Okay, what's up?
It's about the plan. If Amaral gets the machine working...
We go back to yesterday and undo all of this.
Listen, in the video Will left for me, he said the countermeasure was stolen from his workshop on July 4th, 2010. He also said I took it. Maybe I did, Jack. We have a time machine.
You're saying we go to 2010. We steal it.
If Will was right, that would mean it wouldn't be a change. We take the countermeasure, bring it to the present, fix the fracture, save the world.
Okay. Explain to me why that's a better plan than just going back to yesterday and preventing all this from happening in the first place.
Because I'm afraid that based on what I know about time travel, we can't change anything. The past has already happened. We can't change it. But my way, we don't have to.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, my plan still feels simpler.
That's because you're a dum-dum, Jack. I hate to say it to you, buddy, but you are not the brightest when it comes to these things. Alright.
This was the guy delivering his speech at the gala.
Name's Martin Hatch. According to Monarch Radio, he's been deemed a traitor. Sabotaged a Monarch lab.
Potential ally?
Not even close.
Okay, so dossier and Martin Hatch. What we know, facts gathered by Fiona Miller so far. It joined in March 2001, became Serene's chief advisor around 2007. No records before 2001. Who was he? Where did he come from? Working against Monarch, possible links to the following. To the death of Dr. Kim, which is unconfirmed. He was alone with Dr. Kim at the time of death. Death occurred just as Kim was on the verge of solution to Serene's time sickness. University time machine sabotaged. Unconfirmed. Again, in the book, they're very clear it was sabotage. But it's nice to see they're at least keeping that line coming along here. A miscalculation was on purpose. Hatch seen in lab. Assistance on Sophia's kidnapping. Remember, Hatch was there at the beginning of the game. He appeared right behind Jack the second he showed up at the university. Assistance in Kip and Sophia's kidnapping was confirmed. Distracted Monarch while kidnapping occurred. Knew we were coming. Did not alert Serene. Destruction of Serene's remaining sickness treatments unconfirmed. Was present outside Dr. Kim's lab when the lab was destroyed. Accused Sophia of being responsible for this. Helped Charlie Wincott escape. Confirmed. Currently helping Charlie reach Monarch Tower undetected. Disobeyed during orders from Paul Serene. Wants access to the CFR. That actually is a question, though. Because, yes, Hatch did assist Charlie to, quote-unquote, get to Monarch Tower undetected by letting him go through the tunnels between Gull Island and the mainland. The problem is the tunnels were also flooded. So, but there was also Liam and Fiona that were going through the tunnels. So I don't know who triggered that to be flooded. And if Liam and Fiona were the targets, or if Charlie was the target. I mean, I wouldn't put it past Hatch to say, oh, yeah, I can get you over there unseen, go through the tunnels, you're good, and then immediately flood it to try to kill him. Which would also explain why his name's on the wanted poster up on the bridge we just saw. But again, that's more of an inference than it is outright stated in the game. Alright. Disobeyed direct orders from Paul Serene. Wants to access the CFR. Potentially desires to sabotage the lifeboat protocol. Sabotaging Serene. Alrighties. Before we head down, we do have some more radio broadcasts, though. So here's a question, and I don't know why this would have happened, but in Act 2, when we came to this area, Jack dropped down here, we came around here, we looked at all of Will's stuff, and the radio was sitting right here on the counter, and for some reason someone decided to move it over here into the kitchen. I don't know why they would move it, but yeah, someone moved it over here into the kitchen for some reason.
Hello, Riverport. It's Bobby Radford, and, well, you know where we're at, don't you? The Port Donnelly Bridge is gone, and God knows how many people are going with it. You ever heard that Hindenburg thing, you know, with the guy going, oh, the humanity, oh, the humanity. Jesus, I know how he felt. I don't understand how that happened. I hear the people on the boat were saying the bridge was up. Video footage says it wasn't, that the boat just rammed into it. It's insane. It's... Christ, Riverport's in so much trouble now, folks. We need someone to declare a state of emergency or something. But nobody's doing a goddamn thing. And nobody's talking about the fact that Monarch had set up an illegal roadblock right on that bridge, searching all the cars. No warrants, no due process, no nothing. Just near where their goddamn fancy mansion blew up. And now, this ship rams the bridge. That's a coincidence? That ain't no goddamn coincidence. We got that, and now we've got reports of car accidents happening all over the town. We've got... Why isn't somebody doing something? Huh? Hello, Mayor? You're asleep at the goddamn wheel. Wake up! What the hell? We'll be right back.
And this really plays into... Because this night is really when a lot of the time and the reality shenanigans start occurring all over town. And this is also the same night where Paul goes on to make an international broadcast about his involvement as the leader of the quote-unquote peace movement, the false flag operation, and makes the claim that, hey, this is going to start happening more and more, and we have 5 years, you have a countdown to extinction in 5 years, and then immediately people start experiencing these kind of things. I mean, one example is, Nick ends up jumping onto, I think this is in the novel, it may show up in the game too, I don't recall, but in the novel he jumps on and starts noticing in the Riverport emergency Facebook group that a lot of people are reporting a lot of the weird stuff that's going on. For example, a lot of people are seeing ghosts right now. And by ghosts, it doesn't necessarily mean like an actual spirit running around, a la Control type of thing, but more echoes of people who existed in the past, or a state where someone who is currently dead is now awakened, because there's going to be two versions of a person, one who's dead and one who's alive. So you can have that person who technically is dead showing up perfectly well alive because the other reality pops into this existence. So all kinds of stuff. But the point is, all these experiences are reinforcing their belief in what Paul just said on the radio, that there's a 5-year countdown to extinction, which is just everybody's starting to believe it now. Is anyone being attacked by shifters in the novel? Oh, all the time. Every time there's a stutter trailblazer in the book, you see shifters. Mostly they're in the context of attacking Paul specifically, and the Shining Palm, which is the name of a specific shifter. Paul named him Shining Palm because his hand, one of his hands glows, has been stalking him since the end of time. But anyway, so let's go ahead. What's up? Hey, Draco, 2 deaths. Add 2 deaths onto the counter. So let's switch over and listen to the Teresa Sedmark variation of that radio broadcast.
Hello, Riverport. Well, it's been a rough night for us. The collision at the Port Donnelly Bridge that has claimed multiple lives is still being investigated. At least a dozen people are confirmed dead, and investigators say they expect to find more bodies, some of which are predicted to be found in the cars at the bottom of the river. The cause of the accident remains unclear. Adding to the confusion are conflicting reports from shipboard personnel and those on dry land. The captain of the cargo ship insists that the bridge was up and the route was clear. However, some people shoreside claim the cargo ship was approaching the bridge at high speed, despite the bridge having not yet been raised. Others express surprise at the ship's presence, claiming that they did not see its approach at all. The investigation is still ongoing. We'll keep you posted. Now, obviously, this disaster will affect us in more ways than one. With the Port Donnelly Bridge out of commission, heavy congestion is expected on the other routes across the river, and we now have reports coming in of multiple car crashes all over Riverport. So you will want to reserve enough time for your trip today if you're traveling by car. Stay safe out there. Hopefully we can all get back to normal soon.
Nope. We'll skip past this advertisement. Come on. Come on, ad. Oh my god, look, it's the time stabber. Alright, let's head on back to the game. Yeah, so she just keeps spinning, but she does describe 3 potential states where A, the boat isn't even there in the first place, B, the boat is there, but the bridge is down, and C, the boat is there, but the bridge is up. And all of them are kind of occupying the exact same space right now.
Emerald's doing with the time machine.
Okay, but before we continue, we do have one more audio file.
Let's talk about Serene's condition. You're aware of how it started?
Uh-huh, ground zero.
Monarch developed a treatment to curb his symptoms. Our reports state that you destroyed those treatments, rendering him defenseless as his sickness spread.
That's what the reports say, yeah. But I've never stepped foot in that lab.
You have no way of proving that.
Now, I find it curious. Dr. Amaral was working on a permanent cure for Paul's condition. But she was ordered to stop before research was complete. Sounds like somebody on the inside didn't want him to get better.
Sounds like you have an interest in this cure. It makes me wonder if you know anybody else suffering from the same symptoms. It makes me wonder if that is why you're truly here.
Or maybe I just really like the coffee here.
That's kind of a misdirect there, Clarice, just saying. So you thought shifters were like in constant pain when the stutters don't happen? We don't know how they react when time isn't stopped. We don't witness them realistically. I mean, so it's kind of hard to say. They don't give us enough information to be 100% honest, but I would presume that they find being stuck between their mind having to conceptualize infinite variations of reality simultaneously is not good for their mental health. And being stuck in frozen time is very relaxing for them, because they only have to deal with one reality, and that's it. I just imagine that is the end point of that.
I don't think we can trust her. The way she looked at the countermeasure like she's seen it before, she knows what it does.
You think Will told her about it?
No. Will was never the kind to open up.
I can relate.
Will takes it to the next level. When we were kids, the only way that Will could express anything important to me was by informing my stuffed giraffe when I was in the room.
It's precious. And weird.
Yeah, that's fine. Let me just check and see if there's any echoes back here. I'm not seeing it, no. Yeah, as I said, like Langoliers, because like in the Langoliers, they only exist in frozen time. But I think it's more that they can only be interacted with in frozen time. They always exist,
Sure.
just
I'll go check.
they're not perceptible. Yeah, man. There we go.
What have we got here?
Alright, so a big difference in this whole scene right here in the novel is that Gibson's team actually followed Jack all the way here to the Bradbury swimming hall, and as we speak, see all the glass up there?
Probably see how Dr. Emerald's doing.
His C Division assassins are literally setting up on the roof and getting ready to breach that glass window on the front of the structure. So we're getting surrounded as we speak in the book. Now, that doesn't happen here in the game, though.
Hey, Jack, come check this out.
Hey, shouldn't you be keeping an eye on Amaral?
Yeah, but I figure what I'm doing is more important.
Alright, so cute little comment in the novelization, because remember, while at the gala, Beth does take a grazing shot from Gibson's team to her leg, so she's limping right now and has to be, eventually she'll be patched up by the time she gets to the end of the time. Paul is the one who patches her up, but Nick also is limping during this because he had to do a lot of running on his old injury from the car crash that he had back in the day. And he makes a random joke that it's like they're twins because they both have limps right now. I just thought that was a funny line considering what happens with their characters.
Okay, what is all this?
I dug through the area and I found everything I could on your bro. You gotta see this video I found, man. Check out the TV. And everything else, I put on those tables over there.
Any news on Monarch out there?
People are pissed as hell, but Monarch seems to be looking for you pretty hard. Been asking on a bunch of forums about your whereabouts. You want me to throw him off track?
Sure. Post that I was seen hiding in a catering van or something.
Love it. Consider it done.
Awesome. Okay, let's go check another one of Will's crazy videos.
Okay. The date is... It's February 28th,
Jesus, Will.
1999. William Joyce.
1999.
After months
First experiment.
arduous work, my machine is finally ready for human testing. Ready is defined by me, since ready is obviously a relative term when you're dealing with the deformation of the chronon field and recreating of black holes' mass density by tangent. Okay, in short summary, I built a time machine, and it works. I'm gonna prove it, or die. Okay, just need to make some final preparations. When I enter the machine, I will travel clockwise around the corridor. Okay. Core is active. Chronon levels are stable. I'll travel clockwise around the corridor, exiting back into the same location in the near future. Oh. This clock is set to my watch. Now, when I exit the machine, there should be a significant difference in time between my watch and the clock in this room. Corridor is locked in place. Okay, setting the date to 5 minutes to the future for the first test. Now, admittedly, traveling to the past would be much more impressive, but I can travel backwards in time only as far as the first activation of the machine's core.
Yeah, so you wait 5 minutes and then go in and go back 5 minutes. I mean, Easy peasy, right?
Just now. Okay. Machine's ready. Monitor is stable. What I'm about to do is gonna change the very fabric of I don't remember.
And he took a someone came out and put a bullet in his shoulder. In the book, he took a grazing shot to the head. Either way, it results in the same.
What's on the computer?
I've been posting my theories about Monarch on a bunch of forums.
Oh, God.
It's cool. I used an alias. Blanche McDougal. I'm a chick.
Alright, is you guys ready for some conspiracy theory stuff? I'll go back and check it again, Marama. Alright, I'm not actually Blanche McDougal, but I have all kinds of inside scoop about Monarch, and need to keep undercover until I find a way to save the world. I saw what really went down at the university and got out just in the nick of time to tell everyone all the crazy shit going on. Here is the truth. We are all fucked. Monarch built a playground of death, and right now Riverport is going down the shit slide. What's at the bottom? Something called the end of time. It's all part of their master plan, which I am calling Operation Clock Stop. Monarch took everybody from the university and tried to kill them, so they wouldn't talk about it. They just had a secret gala meeting about Operation Clock Stop at Gull Island. Blanche, I think the word has something to do with, like, it's a cooking technique. That's the only thing I know about the word Blanche, but no clue. What is the point of Operation Clock Stop? As far as I can put together, it all has to do with the numbers. In 1999, Monarch was formed. In 2010, they bought out the industrial area, which they are now using to extract some weird energy shit. 1999 and 2010. 2010 minus 1999 equals 11. Multiplied by 2010 equals 22,110. Backwards, that's 01122, which is close to the industrial area zip code. Some people are like, hey, Nick, that's just a coincidence. But it can't be, because it goes way deeper than that. Monarch assaulted the university on October 9th of 2016. In the numbers, that's 10092016. Zeros are shaped like circles, kind of like dots in Morse code, which would mean that all the other numbers are dashes in Morse code. So 10092016 is Morse code, equals 0-0-0-0-. I looked up in the Morse code. It could be a couple of different letters. AANMRTTEM. Unjubble all those letters and you can spell armament and meat man. Armament equals weapons, and meat man equals a butcher. And what do butchers do? They chop and cut things. What do weapons do? They destroy things. Cutting things and destroying things are kind of connected. So there's that. Think about it. I'm still trying to figure out the rest. I'm like 95% there. By the way, this theory is copyright of Blanche McDougal, secretly not Blanche McDougal, 2016. So Blanche is a cooking term, but it's also a verb of Jack blanched, then he paled due to extreme emotion. Fear, usually. Okay. Gabe42. What the fuck? Hansel Gretzky. This sounds a lot like Taxi Guy 69. He thought that gas prices were secret number codes for treasure coordinates or some shit. Blanche McDougal. Gas is owned by oil companies. Who has huge investment in oil? Monarch. Hashtag all connected. Who's the idiot now? Hansel Gretzky. Hashtag what drugs are you on? Sponge Bacon. Blanche is onto something. I've been seeing ghosts all around this goddamn city for years. And here, I actually do believe this guy. Because that is a thing that is happening currently, so it's possible it's been going on for a while. This is all connected. /tag all connected. Let's get to the bottom of the Operation Clock Stop together. Perhaps Monarch is building a secret weapon. Who is the meat man? Hashtag who is the meat man? Okay, so this is a complete side tangent, but a few years back, randomly I came across I don't know if it was something that someone posted in the Discord, or something I found online, but a dude literally was driving around with a license plate that was just Meat Man. He legally had his license plate as Meat Man, so we found the Meat Man. We still don't know who he is, though. In our world. Not in the game. In our world. Someone has that, so... If anyone sees that driver out there in the world, let us know. It's probably Nick. No, it's not Nick. We need to know who it is, though. He's the main antagonist of the entire universe. True story. Anyways, moving on. Blanche McDougal. Thanks, Sponge Bacon. Very good point. The question is, what is the secret weapon built for? I don't know who the Meat Man is. Maybe we shouldn't focus on that. It doesn't make as much sense as my numbers theory. Sponge Bacon. The secret weapon is what is creating all the ghosts. Ghosts don't have meat, so perhaps the Meat Man is harvesting humans and then killing them to create more ghosts for his ghost army. Hashtag, who is the Meat Man? Blanche McDougal. That's kinda dumb. This is definitely more about Monarch than ghosts. Sponge Bacon. You said Monarch's doing some weird shit in the industrial area with energy. Could it be a ghost energy? The answer is yes. Their plan is simple. Harvest ghost energy, cause ghost multiplication, build a massive ghost army. A mass hunting is underway, and the Meat Man is behind all of this. Blanche was the first to discover the truth. Hashtag, who is the Meat Man? Blanche McDougal, please don't connect me to this. Okay, if something is too crazy for Nick, you know things are pretty bad. Okay, chupacabras are real. I started thinking about how to locate the Meat Man. I drew a dot on the map of Riverport over every butcher shop in the city. When I combined the dots, they all drew a picture of a swan with a really weird neck. The dots were black. Black Swan? Who's the Meat Man? Sponge Bacon. Black Swan, a symbol of darkness. This is going somewhere. It's hashtag, who's the Meat Man? Okay, question. For anyone who watched my older videos way back in the day when I was doing a lot of crazier stuff, did I sound like this? Be honest. Because you guys, like, those who have been around for a while in my, like, original, like, 2019, 2020 videos, I know I put across some random shit. Anyways, moving on. I sound like that still. You know what? Thank you, Trailblazer. I'm glad to know I haven't lost my touch. Blanche McDougal. The dots were only black because you're using a black marker. There's no goddamn Meat Man. I'm starting a new thread. Yeah, Zachary, if you just go all the way back, you'll find a lot of my older stuff. Oh, dear.
Was that Paul?
So he arrived in the past.
How's that possible? It wasn't even the same time machine he entered at the university.
That's one question I still don't have an answer for.
So here's the serious question. Is the Meat Man just this universe's version of the Milkman from the Psychonauts universe? Honest question.
Looks like he tested time travel with rats first.
Why am I not surprised that Will's hamster was a test subject?
Looks like Schrodinger got a raw deal.
I'm honestly joking, guys. That's a negative. I really want Psychonauts and Remedy to combine. Honestly, if there was... Okay. I would argue that if we're going to connect anything to the Remedy verse, the games that would fit the series, or the franchises that fit perfectly, is Silent Hill and Persona. Because those two franchises would work perfectly in the RCU, and there'd be zero contradictions, because the world already, like, the setting already works that way. Anyways. I mean, Personas are literally, those are just AWEs. Those are AWE events. Okay, let's see if I can find this. Hatch dossier. Nick's forum thread. Quantum ripples. Why isn't it unlocking? Hold on. Oh, never mind. Never mind. It's not that. It's here. Okay, so someone said there's hidden stuff if you watch it here.
is...
So what am I looking for in here, Marama?
It's February 28th, 1999. William Joyce.
The glitchy bit before he starts? Okay. Yeah, because I see him right there.
Okay.
Oh, before he starts the machine. Okay.
It's February 28th, 1999. William Joyce. All right. After months of arduous work, my machine is...
It's going to be kind of difficult to see, only because I can't really pause and go frame by frame. I might have to do this off stream.
Formation of the chronon field and recreating of black holes mass density by tangent. Okay, in short summary, I built a time machine and it works. I'm gonna prove it or die. Okay, just need to make some final preparations. When I enter the machine, I will travel clockwise around the corridor. Okay, core is active. Chronon levels are stable. Travel clockwise around the corridor, exiting back into the same location.
Oh, you mean I already missed it? Sorry, I was looking away from the screen because I was typing something.
Is set.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. Let me be right back. I'm going to pull up this video on YouTube, and then we'll go frame by frame. Give me a second. Alright, here we go.
Dated months. Final preparation.
Oh, so this right here?
Just need to make some final preparations.
Whatever that is. Okay. Let's back that up a little bit. Whatever these two things are. I have no idea. I honestly have no idea. Because this is just as he's turning it on. I mean, it could be something as simple as the black hole that he just initiated is causing some weird effects. Yeah, no, because this is like the chest cavity. Here's this human skull right here. So this definitely looks like a human figure, at least kind of like an X-ray of one. But it's really hard to say. I might have to do some investigation separately. But it happens as soon as he activates the core, which essentially means that the rotating black hole is just initiated. So you can expect some visual distortions. We witnessed those both times when we turned the time machine on. But if this video camera caught that, looks like he recorded over something else in the video. I mean, that's also possible. I'll talk to some people who know a lot more about AV technology than I do. But anyways, it looks like the kid riding a rocking horse. I mean, that's a Rorschach thing right there. But yeah, I'll talk to some people who know more about this than I do. They may have some ideas on visual distortions like that.
Okay. The date is...
It's Will's journal.
The date is... It's...
Everything's in here.
February 28th,
All the secrets he kept from us.
1999. William Joyce.
If he just told me about all of this, I could have...
After months of arduous work, my machine is finally ready.
He spent 11 years building that thing.
Defined by me.
Abandoned everything else, including me.
When you're dealing with the deformation of the...
Okay, let's go ahead and read it here so we don't have Will talking over me. Entry 63. I just got back from the funeral. My parents are dead. It feels like I was just told about the crash an hour ago. It isn't real yet. Standing there, I was numb to it all, weighed down under some expectation to emote in a manner that suited the situation, as if I needed to cry to appease the crowd. Jack was always the younger brother, copying me. In that graveyard, our roles were strangely reversed. Tears were running down my brother's face, and I was observing him like an alien desperately trying to learn to feel. Looking at the pain in his eyes, I wasn't thinking about my parents at all, only Jack. Death is supposed to bring the living closer together, but I've never felt more distant from somebody I cared for so deeply. It tears me up inside that I can't protect him from what he's going through. I can't ease his pain. I don't have the social proficiency to wield my empathy into some well-articulated apology that will make him forget this. The irony is that the only cure for his pain is time. Time. Ever since February 28th, 1999, the concept has been given new meaning. The experiment was meant to give hope, not to take it away. What I was told that day has haunted me ever since. The very notion of a fracture in time has overshadowed everything since. Even this. I don't need to see the future to know that I will let him down. I can't be the parental figure that Jack has lost. I can't be the brother that he needs. It's Christmas. I can't even give him that. No one can. There's nothing I want more than to protect him. There's only one way I know how to do that with certainty. I will finish the countermeasure. I will make sure that the dangers I was warned of that day never come to pass. I can't fix the past, but it's not too late for the future.
On field.
Now I know why.
Recreating of black holes. Mass density by tangent. Okay.
I'm going to let him stop talking before I interact with the next thing, just for the fun of it. Let's just wander around in circles until he stops talking.
Core is active. Chronon levels
Spinning in circles. Okay, get on with it, buddy.
around the corridor, exiting back into the same location in the near future.
Yeah, no, it's very obvious that Will is intended to be a little bit, using modern-day terms, neurodivergent.
There should be a significant difference in time.
And I'm curious if a lot of his diagnoses and the reason he was medicated was... I don't know what his psychiatrist would have told him before his parents... or before he opened the time machine and realized what was going to happen versus after. I'd be very interested to see his psych evals before and after that event to see what changed.
Of the machine's core, which is now. Machine's ready.
They never tell us what he was medicated with, Zachary. His dossier does mention... Hold on, Ground Zero, Part 1 Industrial, Hardline Collectibles. Because we do have a dossier on him where they say, notable qualities, undiagnosed but likely suffers from schizophreniform disorders, which is more... I remember Break mentioning the exact characteristics of a schizophreniform disorder, but I think it's some kind of... It's a form of dissociative disorder, but it's temporary. It's like an acute versus a chronic dissociative episode. Where it's like a temporary thing versus a permanent thing. But yeah, if he were to relate that to anybody, they would diagnose him a specific way, but I don't think he ever actually mentioned that to his doctor. But that's just me. You guys ready for some more Sam Lake?
I try to forget that period.
Oh my god. Please say there's a CD.
Dude, I already got it in the stereo.
Yes.
Check it out.
So yeah, Sam Lake was in a band with Jack Joyce, My Bleeding Clock.
You know, this song really speaks to me.
Uh-huh.
I don't know who the middle one is, to be honest.
Your weapon is obviously the healing power of your music.
I mean, it's not even that bad. I could totally bone to this.
Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, I appreciate it. That's the ultimate praise for a musician, is knowing that someone could bone to his music. Anyways, so if you guys are curious, the actual song is called Never, and it's by a group called Makeout Hotel. So that's the actual song being played, but in universe, it's a My Bleeding Clock song, which, funnily enough, actually exists in the Prime Alan Wake / Control universe. Back in the day, you remember in the AWE DLC where Langston is mentioning his own poetry? And he mentions that his poetry is like a mix between Sylvia Plath and My Bleeding Clock. Meaning that this band legitimately exists in the Prime Alan Wake universe as well. Which is kind of just crazy. That means Jack does. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean Jack exists in that universe. We know he does, because again, Tim Breaker is there. But because the band can have the same name, but have different band members or different people or whatever. We just know the band exists. But the weird thing is, Sam exists now as a musician in this universe, as a physicist who wrote a book in this universe, and an actor who's playing Alex Casey in a Alan Wake film. So he has 3 roles here. But who freaking knows? Okay, so we can't do anything down this hallway. I know there's some collectibles back there. We cannot do it until we talk to Sophia, so let's head back real quick. Oh, actually, no. We have a lot of reading to do before we go talk to Sophia. So, the whole difference between the PR and the hardline is, remember that Amy Ferreira, when she was in the security station back in episode 2, or Act 2, she got a lot of Monarch's secret files and put them onto a flash drive. Well, here is where she basically prints it all out, and we're able to read all of the data that she found. So let's go ahead and take a quick pause and look over everything that Amy found in the PR Junction universe. Alright, so first things first is transcript. Like, all of these are that stuff. So let's do these one at a time. Alright, so unknown Monarch personnel. HQ, come in. This is First Aid 1. We've got a situation here at the hospital. Over. Monarch radio commander. Go ahead. First Aid 1. Over. Unknown Monarch personnel. It's a fucking mess down here. HQ, Burke showed up for his wife like we thought. Gibson intercepted him. Burke wouldn't come quietly, so Gibson drew on him, and, well, Gibson's dead. Burke strangled him with a power cord in full sight of half the hospital. So, that kind of shit show. Over. Monarch radio commander. Do you have the situation contained? Where's Burke now? Over. We're working the scene and wiped the footage, but Gibson didn't have backup, so who knows how many people saw the fight and where they are now. Same goes for Burke. He's in the wind, so is his wife. Over. Copy that. First Aid 1. We'll run with that on our end. Just tidy things up over there. Over and out. And again, the character that I've been mentioning all throughout for the book, Gibson, it's the same name, but it's a different character entirely. And at this point in time, Gibson's team is literally on the roof of the swimming hall, waiting to breach and assassinate us all. Hey, no worries, Ray. You go enjoy your D&D night. You have fun. Okay, so the next one is the lifeboat document. I think that's all of it. Yeah, I think that's all of it right there. I am not going to be able to read that. That is way too blurry. Okay. Memo, controlling the report situation. I know the situation is fluid and things are progressing fast, but I want to reiterate our strategy for maintaining control over the city of Riverport. As you all know, we can't actually directly control the city. We don't have the manpower, and we don't have the actual authority. It's therefore vital. Again, in the game setting, there is no paramilitary exemption for Monarch. That's only in the book. It's therefore vital that we maintain a good relationship with the media and local authorities and have them do much of the heavy lifting for us. Ideally, everything we do should either be undertaken by the authorities or under our discreet discretion, or in cases where we take action ourselves, backed by the powers that be, creating the illusion that Monarch Solutions is working in cooperation with legal authorities. Make no mistake, although we have been successful thus far, the situation is not stable, and it can change quickly. If key parties in the city lose confidence in us and our ability to handle the crisis, our control will erode very quickly. Therefore, we must nurture this relationship even as we conduct our own operations, some of which involve considerable troop mobilization and combat action. This is a constant balancing act, and while I'm confident we can pull it off, there's no room for error. We can't afford to grow complacent and sloppy. Fortunately, we are very well prepared for this contingency. Long before we reached this point, we established a good rapport with the mayor, Riverport PD, and other major authorities within Riverport, as well as most of the important media outlets. Our strategy is twofold. Maintain control. It's imperative that we ensure... Hey, they said the thing again. It's imperative that we ensure the city's various power structures remain under our control. This means maintaining a close relationship with numerous individuals and organizations, as well as manipulating the information at their disposal. While Charlie Wincott is unfortunately no longer working on this project due to unforeseen complications, he has set up a powerful tools and procedures for scrubbing the internet and identifying and locating problematic situations and individuals. We are stationing people in key locations and maintaining control, often under the guise of advisors and consultants to people in power. They are ready to step in as required. Anybody working in these roles needs to be proactive and project a constant aura of helpful authority and dependability. Diplomacy is the order of the day. That's vital for maintaining certain fictions. Maintaining certain fictions, that's a statement. Such as Jack Joyce's culpability in the events of the university, etc. That is to say, make sure the individuals, whether they're politicians, city officials, police officers, reporters, or ordinary citizens, etc., suffer a minimal impact from our activities. If we have to use force, the situation needs to be taken in a place out of sight and remain entirely contained. Whether containment means misdirection, coercion, intimidation, bribery, or some other means depends on the circumstance, but it's vital that nobody is left in a position to complain. To be explicitly clear, this does not mean we can eliminate witnesses and cover it up. When people don't come home, others start asking questions. So it has to be a last resort. I expect all supervisors to monitor their team closely to ensure things stay on an even keel. I know most of our operatives haven't been trained in in the soft touch, and I'll be blunt, the last thing we need is somebody thinking this is Afghanistan and smacking civilians around. We're one YouTube video away from this whole thing blowing up in our faces, so we have to maintain our operational profile throughout. For all of these activities, we have a considerable budget. Monarch Solutions is very well off. We've been building resources for a long time, and this is considered a priority. So we can't buy a lot of silence and cooperation from authorities and citizens alike. But that only works as long as those things are for sale, and the moment we're seen as a threat, the opportunity will disappear. If you see a problem, be proactive and call it in. Don't let anything run out of control, and take a shot at everyone, and think it'll work itself out. We have to be sure the situation can unravel faster than we think, and we have to coordinate our activities properly. Any question or concerns, please contact me sooner rather than later. Okay. Now the next one is the Monarch employee chart. And I cannot read any of that text. So we have Gibson here, Carlos, which we don't know. Oh no, yeah, Carlos is the guy that got his throat slashed by Burke when he threatened to kill his wife. Yep. Alright, we're not going to be able to read that. Head of Monarch is Paul Serene. Creator of Monarch believes in the end of time is inevitable, is building the survival program for a select few. Division leads is Martin Hatch, the spokesperson, head of security and PR. Serene's key advisor, working against Serene, ? Dr. Sophia Amaral is the head of research specialist in Chronon Tech, only doctor trained to administer Serene's treatment. Intimate relations with Serene, ? Yeah, it's kind of confirmed. Dr. Henry Kim, previous head of research, is deceased. Actually, think about it. So we have the head of research, Kim, who became a shifter and then vanished, and then the new head of research. Kind of like Dr. Casper Darling, previous head of research, something happened, disappeared. New head of research, Emily Pope, appeared on the scene. Same story, guys. just for in Kim's case, he went into as a shifter into all across all of time. Well, in Darling's case, he went into the dark place. But again, we've already seen at other points in time throughout this playthrough that the equivalent of the dark place in this universe is points where the Meyer-Joyce field breaks down, and time just exists in infinite variations. So it's the same story, different situation, different actors. Agreed, Superstar. Gibson is the head of security, Monarch Enforcer, deceased, yes. Carlos, leader of Reaper Squad, loyal to Martin Hatch, deceased. Potential allies within Monarch. So this is compiled by Amy. Amy set this whole thing up. Potential allies is Fiona, Chronon researcher, confirmed ally working with Beth from the inside. Liam Burke, Monarch fixer, has questioned Monarch agenda extensively, deemed Monarch traitor for assisting Jack's escape. Charlie Wincott, a Monarch hacker, history of allegiance to Martin Hatch, current loyalties are unknown. He's a dick. Fair. Absolutely fair. Okay, guys. I'm going to be right back. I need to go refill my water, let the cat come in real fast, brew some tea, because my throat's already starting to break on me, and we'll be right back to continue reading through more of these PR things. So 1 second. Alright, we are back. Okay, let's get that nice boiling hot, piping hot tea. Okay, let me cross off the Monarch employee chart and continue on to the next one. Alright, so this is the Monarch Solutions mission statement from December 12th of 1999. You think I should read my normal speaking voice? Honestly, it's easier for me to talk this way when I'm reading for like long periods of time. Then like it's smoother on my voice and it helps to make it go along easier, so I apologize. Where are we? I have seen the path ahead and I know it will be hard. I have founded Monarch Solution to bring together those who will walk it with me, the elite few whose skill, dedication, and passion will live on when everything else fails. To that end, 1, we will work under my guiding vision of the future. My knowledge of what is coming, we accept that we cannot change our fate, nor can we avoid it. It is a harsh truth, but it is the truth. We will accept it and its full implications, but we will not deviate from our course, nor give into despair, nor give up the fight. Never give up, never surrender. Sorry. Love that movie, by the way. Those of us who share in this knowledge, who learn the triumphs and tragedies of the days and years to come, will look past them and find ways to turn them to our advantage. The gray, uncertain area beyond what is known will be where we build our empire, and we build it on the hope that we can persevere, and that the end isn't our end, that we will still succeed. Hey there, Amanda. You new here? Yes, there's a Discord. Let me finish reading this and I can put up a new Discord link for you. We will expand. Monarch's influence and power in all possible spheres, financial, political, cultural, medical, technological, military, and to the best of our ability. Or to the best of our ability. This is a goal unto itself. We will need to be in position of exceptional resources and ability to act when the time comes. We will build, we will seek success and profit, not for the sake of wealth and fame, but for the sake of preparedness. 3, we will develop science and technology to counter a very specific set of circumstances. This will require extensive research and experimentation, as well as tremendous financial cost. We will not be daunted by these challenges. We will complete our work. 4, we will not compromise. We will recognize that sacrifice is required, and we are willing to pay the cost to meet our goals. There is no alternative to this. Doubt, qualms, and sentiment are luxuries we cannot afford. Whatever we have to do is a lesser evil than the extinction of the entire human race, and to pretend otherwise is weakness. Nothing in the history of our planet has been as important as this. Nothing we have accomplished as a species matters if we fail in our mission. 5, we will not fail. Hold on, the cat was scratching. There will be many challenges in the years ahead. I know what's coming. It can't be averted. There's no escaping it. But we can survive it, and we can overcome it, and we will. I am dedicating myself, this company, and every shred of willpower at my disposal to that mission. I expect the same for those who join me on it. Paul Serene. Okay, 1 second. I think the cat wants me to come in. Hey there, Decoy. Love your videos, watch your videos, go to sleep. Really excited for Control Resonant. Hey, absolutely. I'm looking forward to it. I'm probably going to take some couple days off work. Just so that we can stream a little bit more than we otherwise would. Like do 2 in a day, 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening. Come on, Zoe. Get on in here, young lady. The Queen has decided to grace us with her presence. Okay. So let's drop you. Now we got the next one, which is a unique nature of the lifeboat. And there's a lot of reading on this one too. Oh gosh. Okay. While the lifeboat protocol is fairly straightforward on the surface, it's important that the people involved with the project understand how it radically differs from other survival scenarios against so-called apocalyptic threats, like the building locked down and control. Stutterproofing. A traditional bunker built to protect the occupants from an environmental hazard, HRAs. A chemical attack or nuclear fallout is typically sealed airtight, and occupants have their own electricity, air supply, provisions, etc. The bunker's interior is isolated from outside environments, but the lifeboat's design is different. It's not actually sealed because it doesn't have to be. It does have strong walls and protected access points, but the outside environment is not the problem. It's the lack of the Meyer-Joyce field that enables time to exist that makes the outside hazardous. From a technological standpoint, these differences make the lifeboat's operating principles quite different, particularly, that's such a weird word to say, I get tongue twisted, with regards to maintenance. Compared to, say, the failure of the life support system in a hermetically sealed survival space, such as a bunker, the failure of the lifeboat setup-proofing system has far more immediate and grave effects. A traditional life support system can be repaired. For instance, a failure in the CO2 scrubbers would pose a significant threat. But with replacement... No, cat, do not drink my tea. Zoe, I can't see the screen. Oh, I know. Where was I? Don't step on the keyboard. Don't step on that keyboard. You can have the whole desk to yourself. Just don't sleep on the keyboard. She is yelling at me like crazy right now. No. That's my water. Your water's... Oh, that's my... I apologize, guys. She's literally interjecting herself into everything right now. This is your water. There you go. So I have a coffee mug that is just from the Green Dragon. It's the pub in the Shire from Lord of the Rings, and that's her water mug. She drinks out of that next to me. Okay. Now let's see if I can read. Where were we? Compared to, say, a failure in life support system, occupants repair the system, it would be feel any ill effects. In fact, almost any mechanical failure short of a full-scale environmental breach can be fixed as long as the suitable repair materials and trained personnel are at hand. But by its very nature, the stutter-proofing is different. If it fails, everybody within its area of effect is immediately affected by zero state and becomes frozen. In a permanent zero state scenario, that means they would have no opportunity to ever affect repairs. There's literally no time to react. The only exception would be personnel wearing an activated chronon harness, such as the striker suit. But given that repairing the stutter-proofing system is highly technical, complicated process requiring an exceptional proficiency in the operation and engineering of chronon technology, this would be a scenario with a low probability of success. It is therefore of the utmost importance that the lifeboat stutter-proofing operates reliably and without faults. So this is why you have multiple redundancies. You would need to have redundancies on this whole thing. Okay, there's a good girl. Oh, hold on. Let me do that real quick. I completely forgot. Right click, invite to server, copy. Edit the link, generate new link, copy. Where is this? Paste. Go. Okay, the Discord link's been put into chat right there. Alright, ding. Where was I? Accordingly, once the lifeboat protocol has been activated, there's no real way to deactivate it other than removing the chronon field regulator. This would be highly inadvisable, as doing so can not only disrupt the stutter-proofing, but more importantly, without the CFR of the lifeboat's rate of chronon particle consumption is increased by a vast margin, effectively reducing its potential operating time to a fraction of what's intended. 1% is what we've been told. It's 1%. Unique advantages and risks. However, it is worth pointing out that even though the lifeboat operation has unique hazards, there are also unique advantages. One such thing is provisions. A traditional survival scenario in a bunker typically involves a poor quality of meals due to obvious resourcing problems. Anything that spoils easily is out of the question. In a zero-state scenario, however... Wow, she literally just flung her water-covered paw over me. Good job, cat. In zero state, however, spoilage becomes a non-issue. Anything stored outside the stutter-proof area remains in perfect condition. This advantage does not only appeal to comestibles, but also makes a shortage of medicine, volatile chemicals, and other similar articles far less of a problem than otherwise would be. That's actually really smart. You could literally just have like a bunch of steaks sitting right outside of it, and technically since they're frozen in time, they don't spoil. So what's going on in chat right now? What's this top chat thing you guys are going on about? Sorry, I'm not sure what's happening. We just found out if chat is set up to top chat, some people aren't visible. Is that something on my end, like a setting I need to fix, or something on your guys' end? Okay, I'll take a look when I set up the event for Friday. It's YouTube's fault. Gotcha. Okay. Where was I? Volatile chemicals and other similar articles far less of a problem than otherwise would be. In fact, given the fact that that's a bad sentence. In fact, given the fact that the city of Riverport is vast compared to relatively smaller, the relatively small number of people residing in the lifeboat, in theory, Monarch operatives could venture outside the lifeboat in Cronin harnesses and actually enjoy fresh cooked meals simply by entering a restaurant and finding a ready-made dish that has been prepared. Remove them from the zero state to a stutter-proofed area, then enjoy them as hot and delicious if they have just been prepared, which in fact they of course would be. To be clear, this is not a recommended activity, as it would be foolish to waste resources to go out individual meals like that. The above scenario is mentioned here merely to illustrate the point. Even though the lifeboat has been designed to operate for decades of subjective time, it doesn't actually need provisions for that long. If the lifeboat's own resources start to run low, a well-planted supply run to the city could easily result in a great deal of perfectly preserved supplies. Another advantage is that while the situation outside the lifeboat would be dire, people frozen in the zero state would not actually be dead. If a solution is found in the end-of-time scenario, everybody would resume their everyday lives, most likely with no awareness of time ever having been stopped. However, it's hard to know what the exact psychological impact of that knowledge on lifeboat personnel would be. Well, the only thing... So the only thing that would cause them to realize that time had stopped is if they're literally going out to have dinner with their family and the meal's sitting right on the table that just got delivered to them that they've been looking forward to, because they've been waiting a half an hour for the kitchens to get their food after they ordered. The waiter puts it on the table, they get excited, and then boom, all their food vanishes because somebody in the end of time decided to steal it from them. Yeah, that would suck. So yeah, I'm pretty sure some people would notice things have changed. It's not like they're going to be completely oblivious. It's probably for chats with constant messages, but still... Yeah, I don't know how to fix that while on stream. It'd have to be after the fact. I apologize. There's a real concern that the pressure of knowing that they have sole responsibility for the survival of the human race and that there are billions of people outside the walls of the lifeboat, helpless and unaware, frozen eternally in the last moment, may prove to be crushing for some. On the other hand, knowing that their loved ones are actually not dead and may be saved and are not in any distress, or indeed even aware of the situation, may prove to be a powerful motivating factor that helps us even eventually resolve the situation. Of course, the solutions to the problem of a permanent zero state is not currently within our reach, and we expect that finding one will take subjective decades. If it is indeed possible, we can but try. It is worth noting that since the people outside lifeboat are indeed not dead, merely stopped, it should be possible for a team of personnel wearing Cronin harnesses to exit the lifeboat, retrieve a person, and bring them into the lifeboat. However, I advise against adopting this practice for the occupants that should forever remain a theoretical scenario. Any situation in which someone is brought in from the outside would cause undue stress on the occupants, who would at that point have to become acutely aware that their loved ones could be brought in, but since the lifeboat has limited space, this could never be allowed. That kind of psychological pressure would likely lead to friction and question of favoritism and ultimately increase the risk of mission failure. Okay. Okay, we got phase 3 of the Monarch plan, which should be a quick and easy one. Phase 1, Building an Empire, February 28th, 1999 to July 24th, 2010. Formation of Monarch Solutions, lucrative investments, global expansion, employee recruitment. Phase 2 is between July 5th of 2010 to October 8th, 2016, which is the beginning of the game. Ground Zero buyout, CFR preparation, Chronon Tech development, and militarization. Phase 3 is from October 9th, 2016 to the end of time. Time Machine Core heist, Chronon Tech rollout, remove threats to the Lifeboat Protocol, and initiate the Lifeboat Protocol. Alright, hold on. And the last one we have here is... Oh, sorry, let me back up. Is the Dream Journal. So the Dream Journal we read during the last one was solely done by... It was Dream Journal number 1, and it was sent to Sophia. This one is Sophia forwarding something to a Dr. Peretta. To Manuel Peretta. We don't know who that is. Dr. Predator, I'm attaching Paul Stream's most recent entry in his dream journal. I'm growing increasingly concerned with the meaning behind these dreams, but I need a second opinion. I can treat Paul's sickness, really as far as I can determine. The Chronon syndrome is more a metaphysical condition than an actual medical issue. But I'm a physicist. I'm very much out of my depth with all this. This exercise was meant to help alleviate stress to ease Paul's symptoms, but so far it has resulted in the opposite. Time is of the essence, and his condition is getting worse by the day. So this is supposed to be a different dream, not the one with the 7 red doors. Okay. My 5th entry. I recall moving through a wheat field that once belonged to my grandparents. I pressed the wheat stalks to the side with my hand, softly sifting through them at first. But as I pressed forward, the stalks began to warp and curl around my arm, providing resistance to my every move. The entire field began to solidify into an unbreakable material with my body entangled in the mess. I desperately tried to pull myself free, but every movement led to a burning sensation. The world desaturated. Time stopped. I heard the unmistakable sound of my greatest fear approaching. Shifters. They emerged from all sides, surrounding me. So it seems like the stalk is really just grabbing him and stopping him in time. So it's kind of like an image of the stutter made flesh, so to speak. They emerged from all sides, surrounding me. I looked into the distance and saw a blurry figure approaching me. He tried to yell, but the words would not escape his throat, indeed transforming into an endless shriek pulsing through my ears. His every movement and sound transformed into an agonizing discomfort all throughout my body, until it became completely unbearable. The pain trumped logic. I need to make it stop. I needed to make it all stop. The description of the scream does make it sound like an astral spike. Well, I'm making a lot of similarities between shifters and astral spikes, because they kind of behave similarly in the game world. Not in lore, but or like the nature of them. But how they were supposed to function, because shifters were supposed to be part of the game, and you would encounter them all over the place. And they're supposed to be more like obstacles to avoid, kind of like how the astral spikes are. So the ideas they had for the shifter enemy kind of evolved into the astral spikes. Anyways. I grew violent, blindly lashing out at the figure, tearing him apart. I needed to destroy the source of motion and sound that caused me such discomfort. The pain stopped as I took the figure's life. And as he died, his identity became clear. It was me. So the comment here that he needed to destroy the source of motion. In this moment, Paul is speaking from the perspective of a shifter. And he's witnessing himself not a shifter. And the motion is causing him distress. So he's literally... he's kind of flipped the script. Rather than being him looking out and being attacked by shifters, he's the shifter attacking himself. And he did so for the same motivation. I had become the very threat I had once feared, but I did not fear anymore. I felt something very clear, very pure. I turned around to discover Jack behind me. He didn't move, but I can somehow understand his intent. He welcomed me. Every misunderstanding, all of the pain we had caused one another was forgotten. We were part of a higher consciousness. I heard a voice behind me, Dr. Kim. He joined us. He told me that time was once the fire in which we burned. He told me that we would burn no more. And this is going to be Shifter Kim. So yeah, this is kind of just discussing his transition into becoming a shifter and how it's much more peaceful, so to speak. But the mention of they're part of a higher consciousness, I don't know what that higher consciousness is. Others, what are you saying? Could the shifter who would follow him at the end of the world be future him? Are you talking about... Because there is... Because we know Paul has been being tracked by a series of shifter. One that is named is called Glowing Palm. Is that what you're asking? Okay. So let's close out of that, click back over, and we're ready to return to the game, everybody! Finally! Gotcha. Well, let's just wait until we get to part 5. The board? No idea. All we know is higher consciousness. The details of it is speculation past that. But I think that there's a narrative echo from the board that is feasible, I should say. Alrighties, let's go ahead and talk to Sophia and get this ball rolling.
How's it look?
The problem is quite simple, really. The power relay is down. You'll need to find a way to reset it up. There, where the light is. I'll lower the ladder for you.
What happened to the power relay?
Power surge occurred at 7 a.m. this morning, when the machine was activated.
7 a.m.? That's hours before we even got here.
Well, the numbers don't lie.
Okay, I guess I'm doing some climbing.
Sure. Saves me from volunteering.
Hold on, let me check something real quick. Huh. So according to this, the actress who plays Sophia is 5'6", so it's not like she's short. Maybe just all the other character models are just made bigger than her for some reason.
Dr. Amaral seems convinced that Paul's been to the end of time. Do you think that's true?
Can't be. Otherwise, trying to prevent it would be pointless.
Why?
Because it's already happened.
Fixed point. Learn. That's what, like, in episode 1 of this Quantum Break playthrough, I mentioned fixed points are so incredibly important to understand when it comes to chaos theory and physics in general. Is understanding what a fixed point is makes this entire game and narrative so much easier to follow. Hiya, Tim and Jesse, Ham, Jack, and Beth. Okay, does anyone else just get a flood of emotion during the Night Springs episode where Agent Jezbet of the REC was talking to the actor and made the comment of "I'll come back for you"? Kess sent you an image. Okay, yeah, I'll look at it after Vest. I'll look at Kess's message after stream because unfortunately I can't make any adjustments right now. It has to be done while I'm setting up the stream event.
You've got to be kidding me.
What is it?
This is all my stuff from our family home. Kept everything.
Guess you thought you might come back. Is that...
Yep. Will's personal psychiatrist. Want to give it a try?
I think that giraffe's holding enough baggage.
Yeah, Hollow Man, that comment in the Night Springs episode DLC was a 7-year cliffhanger emotional reference. It's like they jabbed another knife into our side, so to speak, with that line. It's kind of messed up. So, random cool thing. This giraffe, at least the model for the stuffed animal, appears in 2 other Remedy games. First and foremost, from what I remember, it appears in the AWE DLC of Control in the area around the From Marrow AWE site. But also, we may know the manufacturer for these. In Crossfire X, there is a roadside vendor that sells a bunch of these animal plush dolls. And this is one of the models. And these plush dolls are collectibles all throughout Crossfire X. Now, that is a completely different universe that was written by Remedy that is not connected to anything. Now, it may have a slight connection to the Max Payne universe, for example, because they did mention, Max Payne is mentioned in the Crossfire X universe. What are they called? I'd have to revisit my old footage, because unfortunately, Crossfire X is no longer playable. It was a live service game, and when they took down the multiplayer, the main campaign, the story campaign, was removed too because you had to stream it. You couldn't it wasn't on the disc. So the game is unplayable now. So the only way to check it out is through long plays online, or I do have a Let's Play of it on the channel when I first did it, but it's dumb. So I'd need to go back through my old records to check and see what the name of these plush dolls were, to be honest.
My artsy rebel phase.
Complete with a very rebellious how-to guide. Always wanted to try this, actually. Never had the time.
What? Street art? Mm-hmm. Okay, sorry. I had to type something down real quick.
Jack? You okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, Hollow Man. There was a room in Crossfire X in one of the levels where if you climb up to a certain area and go into a back room, you'll find a computer setup where they're working on, Remedy developers working on level designs for Max Payne. And on the walls... Actually, let me see if I can just pull it up just to show you guys. Give me a second. I might be able to find a picture real quick online. Alright, yeah, unfortunately I cannot find it. I'll have it ready to go, because I do have a screenshot somewhere on my PC, but I will go ahead and have it ready on next stream to show you guys.
What's wrong?
Toto. That's my signature.
You made this?
I've never even been here before.
That woman in the picture is you, isn't it? So...
Jack, there's something you should know. 1999. I was 8 years old, playing in my backyard, and a woman approached me, told me she was from the future. She gave me very specific details of events that would come to pass. She gave me this. Filled with dates, events, proof of it all. Jack, that woman...
It was you.
Everything I told myself would happen, did. Every detail, for better or worse, came to pass, and couldn't be changed. Our fate is laid out before us, Jack. Everything that happened to get us here, every sacrifice that was made, they're all a part of this path. And they can't be changed or undone.
Beth.
When we step in that time machine, you will see for yourself.
Yeah, I agree. She painted herself with red hair
Alright.
as well.
If you're that sure about how all this works, we can try it your way.
Okay, let me try something real quick, because I'm looking at my OBS. I may be able to solve the chat issue. Okay, so I did hit a drop down over my OBS that now shows live chat in there. So, Cass, try to type something real quick. I just want to see if it works.
It's her. She's the one who's been painting all over the city. Jesus.
Something, something. I see you now, Cass. Hello there. I don't know what was going on there, or what that even the distinction even means, but hey, you're up and running. Hey, what's up, Break?
Notebook was full of dates, events that would come to pass, instructions. Her entire existence was formed out of those pages.
Hey, what's up? Oh gosh, yeah, we're almost halfway through Act 4, and yeah, it's almost the end of my normal stream time, so we still got a long way to go. Beth's notebook. Beth, I know this encounter will be a lot to take in. After all, it's not every day you meet yourself from the future. I'd tell you that you need to keep this all a secret, but I know you won't listen. You will learn that lesson the hard way. The next few years will not be easy for you. Nobody you know is ever going to understand what you are going through. The closest to you will try to change you, convince you that you are losing your mind. You're not. You are special. You have been chosen to do something amazing. Know that your struggles will be all worth it in the end because you have a purpose. You're going to save the world. How do I know? I've been through this all before, and I'm going to prove it. Below you will find a list of events that will come to pass in the future. They cannot be changed or undone. It will take time for you to accept this, but eventually you will learn to use this knowledge to your advantage. You will be prepared for what is coming. October 3rd, 2000. Derek Stevenson has been bullying you for months. On October 3rd, you will push him down the staircase at school. You'll do everything in your power to resist this, partly to avoid the consequences, partly to prove this book wrong. But the terrible things he will say in that moment will be too much for you to handle. He will pretend to cry, claim that you gave him a concussion, and you'll take all the blame. You will be transferred to another school. You'll hope things will get better. They won't. It's going to be a difficult year. Whenever you feel helpless, just remember this book. You are special. You have a purpose that they don't. Hold on to that. And if it makes you feel better, 16 years from now, Derek will be working at a dollar store. He still lives with his mom. You know what? Fair enough. And this old journal, in this notebook, shows a clear distinction, a difference between the novel. Because in the book, when Beth hands over this notebook, she literally abducts her younger self and takes her away from her family, and basically begins training her up right then and there, leaving her with some friends that, again, assist her in getting the skill sets she needs when she becomes an adult and becomes an operative within Monarch. So in the book continuity, in these 16 universes, she stays with her family for most of the time. In the book continuity, no. She becomes an unsolved missing person, essentially. On December 3rd, 2000, Mr. Hartsook from next door will pass away. No, she remembers this as a kid, Marama. We'll talk more about it. February 3rd in 2001. The kids at school steal your jacket. Your parents will claim that you're hiding it on purpose so they'll buy you a new one. Look in the bin on the corner of 3rd and Main. You'll find something that will get you through the winter. You'll be teased for wearing it by Michelle. You'll fight back, but it will only make things worse. Eventually, when you are able to contain your anger, take her aside and say the following to her. I'm sorry about your mom. Then give her a hug. She will push you away. She will look incredibly confused and vulnerable. She will never tease you again. On April 24th, 2001, Erica, your best friend, will break her arm. Having read this, you will do everything in your power to prevent this. The actions you take to avoid this from happening will only make it so. This is the first time you will truly witness that your fate is already determined. It cannot be changed. Erica will blame you for the incident. Try not to take this to heart. You will soon discover that she is not the friend you thought she was. Stay strong. You will find people who respect you for who you are very soon. August 5th, 2001. You will take the night bus home. There will be only one other passenger on board, a scruffy-looking kid with a black eye. His name is Jack Joyce. Remember his face. He is going to become important down the line. September 11th, 2001. This is the one that will change you. An event will occur that will devastate the entire nation. An act of terrorism will cause the World Trade Centers to collapse. Thousands will die. I won't go into further detail because the more you know, the more painful it will become when you are unable to prevent it. And you will try to prevent it. You will fail. You will curse this book for not telling you more. You will curse yourself for not being able to stop it. It will take a long time to get over this, but eventually you will use this pain to fuel your path forward. You've now felt what it is to be completely unprepared for what's coming. It won't happen again. The next time you will be ready. This is the event that will finally make you believe. Any doubt you had will disappear. You're ready to take on this mission. So what is coming? And here's the eternal question. What it really meant to happen, what is really meant to happen because she knows the influences her actions. Like Darling said, theories make true change. It's a closed loop situation. It's a closed loop. Once the fixed point has occurred, then everything has to close the loop no matter what it is. October 8th, 2016. An experiment gone wrong will cause time to break down. This event will be referred to as a fracture in time. The onset of this event cannot be prevented, but the outcome must be. If the fracture is not stopped, then time itself will come to an end. Life on our planet will end, saving the world. Wasn't an overstatement. It is your mission. You must stop the fracture. You can pull this off, but to do so, you need to follow some simple instructions. 1. Learn who to trust. Short answer: nobody. The less people know about you, the safer you will be. From this point forward, your mission takes priority over every other aspect of your life. Do not start with a relationship of any kind that you are not willing to leave behind in a moment's notice. There is one exception to this rule. We will get to that. Know your enemy. Monarch Solutions, they will try to prevent you from achieving your goal. Learn everything you can about them. You will know the best way to achieve this when the time is right. Monarch is run by a man named Paul Serene. You must never be seen by Paul. If he discovers you, then you will risk failing your mission. Learn everything you can about him. Remain hidden, but keep in mind that the best place to hide is often in plain sight. Blend in. Change your appearance frequently. Your hair color, clothing style, everything. Be cautious about drawing attention to yourself. Learn to blend in. Examine those around you, the way they move, speak, laugh. Copy them. Become your surroundings. And this might be the in-game variance of why the hair, like Beth's hair color is so all over the place. Where sometimes in the game it's red, sometimes it's brown, sometimes it's auburn. It's just whatever. Train daily. There are a series of skills you will need to master truly to be prepared. Hand-to-hand combat, Filipino Kali and Jeet Kune Do, weapons training, knives, pistols, shotguns, rifles, wilderness survival, compartmentalization, lip reading, face reading. The list is one that you will build as you go. In time, you'll understand what is necessary and what is not. Don't rush yourself. Start with gymnastics. Yes, Marama, I thought the same thing. She has dyed her hair red. That's going to be the pink flamingo. This is making that comment. Study your target. Jack Joyce. He is the one person who can help you in your mission. He is the exception to rule number 1. You can trust him. Learn what you can about Jack. Study him, but from afar. But do not approach him directly. You aren't the only one watching him. On October 9th, 2016, you will rescue Jack Joyce. From there, the next steps will reveal themselves. Be patient with him. He's stubborn, reckless, and naive, but you can't do this without his help. And he has his moments. He's much smarter than he seems at first. Don't mistake grief for stupidity. Study your objective. The countermeasure, this is the device that was built to stop the fracture in time. This is your objective. Find the countermeasure and use it to stop the fracture. Achieve this and the world will be saved. The device was built by Jack's brother, Dr. William Joyce. Any attempt to contact William or find the countermeasure before the onset of the fracture will be in vain. Wait. Jack will show you the way. Retrieving the countermeasure will not be a simple task. It will involve great hardship and sacrifice. When the time comes, you will be ready for this. When you first read this, it won't make much sense to you. Over time, you will believe every word, but you will feel underprepared. You will wish that I had told you everything. I promise you that what is written here is everything you will need in order to get to where you need to be. I know this, because I'm already there. Chin up, Toto. You're going to achieve amazing things. And this right here is the fixed point. The moment that adult Beth hands this notebook over to child Beth, quantum immortality is done. Since the future is no longer set for her, the canon, or the fixed point event is done. We've gotten there. So in the book, there's a lot of anxiety for Beth in this scene, or at least leading up to this point, because she knows the second that she completes the loop, she's mortal. And that is terrifying. Because if you know you're immortal for your entire life, the second that immortality is taken away, yeah, you're going to be all kinds of messed up.
Looks climbable. There we go.
Hollow Man, there is no what if she doesn't finish the loop. It's already happened. It's a fixed point. It will happen, one way or another.
Why the hell would your brother put maintenance controls way up there?
That's exactly the kind of question that never would have entered Will's mind while building this thing. Hey, I think I can get to the reset from here.
And if you actively attempted to... I mean, we do see an instance where she actively attempts to circumvent that in the book, and what happens? Essentially, the universe will conspire to force the issue against your will. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Having trouble getting to that red light up there?
Easier said than done.
Yes, as Marama says, because that's how the story goes.
So, red turned into green.
Yeah, let's drop down here. Boom. Yeah, Will, I don't know why you set things up this way. It makes no sense. Okay, let's check our upgrades real quick. We have 6 available points. Time shield, increase power. I don't know what... You know, let's just do increase power. Shield lasts longer and has a longer radius. You know what, that's fine. That just keeps me alive. Wait, where's the other one? I think it's up here. Yep, there we go.
All right, all lights are green.
Chronon levels are stable. Diagnostics are positive. This may actually work. It's ready. It's actually functioning. That fixed it. Come on down.
Oh, where did the original notebook come from? Who knows? I mean, it's the same question we ask about what caused Clay Stewart's dreams in the first place.
I'll set the date into the console.
Because if his dreams were caused by him throwing a dream journal into the lake, and that happened years after he first had the dream, which is first? It's a storm. Yeah, it's a Song of Storms scenario.
Jack. Hi. It's Will. I guess you're in Thailand by now. I'm not sure if you even still use his number. I don't like how he left things. I've been under a lot of pressure. There's some things I should tell you. I'd like to make it right. Just call me, okay? Please.
Yeah, Will's trying to reach out. Because even in the novel, as soon as he finishes up what he needs to do, as soon as the CFR is made, Will's position is like, I've done everything I can do. I'm ready to reconcile with my brother. Okay. Alright, let me just double check a few things. Make sure we're at 100%. Yep, we're at 100% collectibles. Okay, so let's close you, close you. Alright. Okay, and remember, in the novelization continuity, Gibson's team's already set up and they're getting ready to attack us.
July 4th, 2010. Are you ready?
No. Are you?
No.
Okay. Let's go.
Holy shit! This is actually happening!
Keep an eye on Amaral while we're gone.
Yeah. Hey, I got some winning lottery numbers if you want while you're back there. We could go splitsies.
Maybe next time.
Ben Jones. Yep, so again, we can confirm that Nick goes back in time and wins the lottery. He definitely pulls us off. You know what? Good for him. He is a madman, and he succeeds.
This is it. There's no turning back.
Hey, wait, wait!
What did you do? That was the wrong door.
You changed the date. Where is she? Where is she?
I had no choice. I couldn't let you take the countermeasure. It would put our entire plan at risk. I already called Monarch from the terminal. They're on their way. It's over.
Fuck!
We need the countermeasure to run the lifeboat.
I'm gonna follow through with the plan. Tie her up and get as far away from here as you can.
Yeah, I've got this. Don't worry.
The only difference in the PR timelines, Amy's the one to hold her back. But no, Amy does not try to win the lottery because she doesn't think like that. Alrighty, so before we start walking down the hallway here, we do need to discuss the scene that led up to that in the book. So in that one, Sophia betrayed us, messed things up, boom, done. But remember, her character in the book is much more receptive and actually tries to assist us. It's not like she's trying to sabotage our efforts. So essentially what happens is Gibson's team finally attacks. They start shooting. Sophia gets shot while she's standing at the console, and one of the bullets impacts the panel, which causes the error in the date code, and as a result, Beth goes to the wrong place. So that's more due to outside interference and not Sophia actively working on it. There's a huge firefight in the swimming hall. When Gibson, because remember, at this point in time, Gibson's whole motivation is he wants to kill Beth. He just has a vendetta against her. So he's just got this blood in his eyes, tunnel vision kind of thing. So essentially what they do is once they secure the area, Gibson sends all of Chronon Division, the C Division, into the time machine itself. And because he has I want to say 5 or 6 different hitmen that's part of his crew, he sends each of them to different points in time between 1999 and the current era. So essentially, while Beth is living through history again, randomly an assassin will show up, which is one of his C Division goons, and they all get to those different points because of what's going on right now, and we don't know when they're going to show up. What year, what date, what time. It's just completely and utterly random. Now, there's also some additional information, because we know in the book, when Beth knew Jack and Paul when they were younger, she went by the pseudonym of Zed. She also used a pseudonym at one point in time of Ashley, A-S-H-L-E-I-G-H, so an odd spelling for the word Ashley. But even Beth Wilder was not her born name. She was not born Beth. Her name upon birth was Star Donovan, 2 R's. Her father, again, I think we mentioned it, he moved around a lot. He worked in construction while they were in Phoenix. And at the time when Beth, the whole incident with young Beth and adult Beth occurred when they had their meeting, and adult Beth abducted herself, took her away, the man was working on an oil rig in the Gulf and never found his daughter again. Yeah, her name is Star. And that brings us around. If we're going to talk about similar situations in the storytelling of Remedy games, what's the difference here? Because remember, what happens in Quantum Break is a young Star Donovan, aka Beth Wilder, meets her older self, is imparted with divine wisdom, and given guidance throughout her entire life. What happens in Control? A young Jessie Faden meets the star Polaris, who imparts upon her great wisdom and guides her throughout her entire life. Now here's my tinfoil theory / question. Since we don't truly know the nature of what Polaris, aka the Hiss, and any of these quote-unquote resonances are, is there a possibility that the resonance of Polaris is a form of Jessie that exists in another dimensional plane? And it's literally her talking to herself, but from a position where she sees everything from top down. It's like a 3-dimensional being looking down at a 2-dimensional board and being able to see what's behind the walls. And because we do see that the Polaris resonance emerges from Jessie herself by the end, after Hedron's destroyed. there is a Jessie Polaris that she encounters in the Ocean View Motel. Now, we can go off of that hypothesis if we accept a narrative overlap between Beth and Jessie, where the events of Beth's life echo the events of Jessie's life. Now, again, there's no direct confirmation in Control that that's the case, but if we're going to be true Remedy lore hunters, we have to accept that what happens in one universe can echo into another universe. So there's similar storytelling events going on. That just might be what Jessie has been up to in between games, because she seemingly is missing is going off to higher planes. I don't know. And yeah, in Fleurouge, the character, the variant of Jessie in the comic book is from the Ripple Effect Corporation, is named Jessbet, which is a mixture of Jess and Beth. I mean, it's very... If you just predicted the twist in Control 2, you're going to lose my mind. Honestly, my hypothesis about what these resonances are is... essentially, how does a extra-dimensional being interact with reality? Like, it physically cannot enter a lower dimensional plane, but it can, so to speak, whisper down to a lower dimensional plane. So it interacts, the only way it can physically manifest in the Control dimension is as a resonance-based entity. It'd be the equivalent of me being in another room over an intercom. I'm in a completely different room. Maybe I'm on the other side of the planet. I'm speaking through a microphone and talking to you guys. You don't see me. Like right now, you don't see me. As far as you know, I don't exist. But you hear my voice, so the only way you and I can interact with each other is through the resonance of my voice. You haven't read Flatland, have you? I haven't read Flatland, but I am familiar with the essay break. So I am curious if resonances, the Hiss and Polaris, are simply just that. The voice you hear from an unseen speaker. But yeah, I'm very familiar with the Flatland essay and the idea behind it. But anyways, let's just pause there. Food for thought. Maybe next month when we go to play Resonant, we'll get some more confirmation on that. And we shall see. Everybody should guess. Yes, you are the milkman. Your milk is delicious, 100%. Alright, so with that, we do have a new audio file from Beth.
We've got Dr. Emerald. If she can fix this machine, then this is it. I have mixed feelings. That notebook gave me some kind of sense of invulnerability. I always knew what came next. Once I enter that machine, from that point forward, this story's unwritten.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't told Jack this, but I have found things in this swimming pool. Scattered papers, journal entries in my handwriting. My journey from this point forward isn't gonna be easy. That much is clear. As long as we succeed, it's all worth it. This can't be for nothing. We will succeed. We have to. It's our destiny.
And that whole idea about having another version of yourself or speaking, like calling back to have with advanced information, happens all over the place. I mean, we see that in Alan Wake 2 with Alan calling himself from the payphone. We also see John being called on the payphone from John Mira, his alternate self. It's just a thing that is a theme that Remedy keeps going over on repeat. Alright, so a little bit of information before we continue to walk down the corridor is, because this exists in a space outside of time, and Will does eventually name it, but that's in-game, so we'll wait till we get there. Anybody who's ever walked this corridor leaves behind a trace of themselves. And in the novel, Will mentions that every time someone enters Will's time machine, they comment on how the air inside of this corridor smells like death. And no explanation is ever given. At least not yet. It's like right here. Here's the after effect of someone who's been here before. Or in the future. We don't know when this happens. It can be past, present, or future. Probably not present, because Jack would see them physically. Now, this woman I'm very interested in. Looks like an older lady. We don't know who it is, though. We'll talk more about who that may be in Act 5. There's Beth right in front of us, traveling back in time. So what this tells us is that a lot of people that we're unaware of have used this corridor. I mean, we were able to pick apart Beth directly because of her Monarch logo and her ponytail, but there are others who have used this, and we don't know who they are. Or some of them we don't know who they are.
Your first journey back in time, 2010. This is where our notes get hazy.
You know how it ended.
Your goal when you arrived was to retrieve the countermeasure.
But my goal had to wait. Because I wasn't alone.
Here we are, back in 2010, 4th of July. Alright, email to Beth Wilder from William Joyce. It's finished. It's finally finished. Tests are all positive. I've officially constructed a working countermeasure for a fracture in time. I can't prove it, obviously, since there's no fracture to deploy it against, but I believe it will work. It has passed every test I can conceive. There's no reason I can see that it wouldn't. Given your knowledge of the future, I'm guessing you already knew this would be the date I completed my work. This date has been a long time coming. I was beginning to doubt it was possible. I haven't heard from you in almost 2 years now. Please tell me you're still out there. To William from Beth. I'm now going to ask you to do something that will sound counterintuitive. Leave the workshop. Leave the countermeasure behind, and do not return until tomorrow morning. As with all of my orders, it is best that I do not go into further detail. Okay, leaving the workshop now. The countermeasure is secured in my safe. I know better than to ask the reasoning behind this request. In 11 years, you've never been wrong, and I don't want to know about the future anyways, but that won't make this easier for me to digest. Can we meet tomorrow? That's where the device is. Now that the device is complete, I need to know what the next steps are, and please be careful with the countermeasure. It's tremendously powerful, and source the chronon particles for it alone has taken over a decade. Rebuilding would take me years and years.
Bobby Radford coming at you on 4th of July. And what a fine day it is, too. Things are looking up for Riverport. Don't believe me? Just look at that shiny new Monarch building going up. That's a big deal for this town. Sure, I know there's been complaints, talking about how Monarch's tearing down this or that, taking over the mom and pop spots, making Riverport more corporate. Some of that's happening. It ain't all good. A huge corporation like that, you know, they're all about power and profit. But I say, hold on there. Put it in perspective. This town's been miserable for a long time. A long time. When our shipbuilding industry took that final nosedive, we hit one hell of a slump. A lot of people I know have been unemployed for years now, and that's hard. But Monarch's here. And they're starting to change that big time. So they ain't perfect. So what? It beats the alternative. I want to be optimistic about this. It ain't wrong to have a little hope for the future. I want to believe that this is capitalism working as intended, you know? The American way, you could say.
I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't know who this would be, because this is obviously Beth working on her graffiti. She mentioned before we went back in time that she always wanted to experiment with it.
What's going on here? Since when did Will run a graffiti workshop? None of this crap was here in 2016.
Yep. Yep, and Bobby, he's been around for 6 years on their air, so obviously he's a staple to the community. Yeah, this might be, because you see the van doors in the background, this might be her recollection of the event with Liam. Because remember, she does end up painting this or graffitiing this, or she already has, I should say, out in the Ground Zero site. Yes, we're in 2010 right now, Other. Nightingale? I don't know. That doesn't look like Nightingale.
What the?
I'd presume it's supposed to be her memory of Liam. Alright, let's see who's doing some target practice.
Who the hell is that? The fuck are they shooting at? Beth? It's me. Hey, 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 hey. What happened to you?
This is it. There's no turning back. Jack? Dr. Emerald sent me to the future. I fought for months trying to find a way to get back. I wasn't the only one. Stop! I followed him back.
That's how we'll get shot.
He set William's machine to 1999. The first possible exit point.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
It's okay. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. I'm on your side.
Who are you?
I'm Beth Wilder. There's some things you need.
You're the reason he built the countermeasure. And you've been here ever since. 11 years. Why? Why didn't you come back?
We should get ready. We don't have much time.
She had changed. And there was a weight in her eyes. She was hiding something.
She always was.
So in the game, they make the inference that it's 11 years of living like a hermit, plus her subjective time in the end of time that led to this, which is all true, but there's also the added context in the book that now that her quantum immortality is down, she fears everything. She makes comments about little things like, oh, even a simple thing like turning the wrong way in the street, or catching a cold, or whatever the case may be. Like, literally everything terrifies her. the reality of her own death is never something she's had to confront, and something all of us at one point or another are going to have to deal with, and she knew she never had to until she met her younger self. So that's the added undertone, the undercurrent to a lot of her behavior.
What exactly do you believe changed in Beth?
She lost hope.
Alright guys, we had a lot of reading here. February 28th, 1999. Back in time. Here I am, back in a time I've already lived once before. No idea how long I need to stay here. No idea what comes next. This isn't how it was supposed to go. This wasn't the plan. If I'm going to come to terms with that, then I'm going to need to write it all down. There's nobody to tell this to but myself. And hello, me again. So hello, me again. This all started back in 2016. Jack and I kidnapped Dr. Amaral. We were supposed to use the time machine to travel back to 2010 and retrieve the countermeasure. I believe Dr. Amaral switched the dates at the last moment. I heard Jack calling out, but it was too late. I was already inside. There was nothing to do but keep moving forward, and when I exited the corridor, I arrived in the one place I never thought possible. The end of time. Oh, this is a different journal, Marama. The other one was black and had a different title to it. With basically, she scribbled her name, Beth Wilder, onto it. This one's more of a burgundy with the dates on it. So this is a completely different physical journal. My greatest fear was to realize I'm still trying to grasp what that means. My entire life has been devoted to stopping the fracture. What I saw was it proof that it could not be stopped? I can't believe that. There's a logic to all of this, a meaning. I just haven't found it yet. I'm not ready to write down the details to the end of the time. Not yet. The essential part of the story is that I found a way back. I spent a long time trying to fix William's machine, but somebody beat me to it. He set a course to the earliest time the machine could operate, the first time the core was activated, February 28th, 1999. I followed him through. That's when I found William, still alive, much younger than I'd ever seen him. I warned him about the fracture. I told him that he was the only one who could create a solution. He begged me not to tell him anything else about the future. He said he couldn't stand living like that, being constantly aware of what will come to pass. His every action is just part of a preordained dance. I wanted to tell him more, but I know how he felt. William agreed to do what must be done. He agreed to build the countermeasure. This whole time, it was me who set him on that path. He said the machine does not have the sufficient chronon capacity to return me to the future. He says a jump that far would be nearly impossible without a substantial scientific breakthrough. Apparently, that hasn't happened yet. That's his way of saying I'm trapped in 1999, the second time around. So here I am. July 19th, 1999. The time machine move is successful. I worked with Will to get the time machine moved, had to make sure Serene would not be able to use it to his advantage, so we moved it to the one place I knew would be safe, the Bradbury swimming pool. Will spent a big chunk of his research grant buying the property. It was the one place I know for sure that Monarch would not find us. After all, they still weren't aware of it in 2016. That means this is my new home for the time being. Will refuses to build the countermeasure here. He says that it'll be done in his workshop. He chose that location to build the time machine for a reason. Something about abnormal chronon density, anomalies, or whatever. Okay, so this is actually, from a world-building perspective, is really nice, because it implies that the Ground Zero site, or at least the dry dock region with all those industrial sites, already had issues and irregularities in the Meyer-Joyce field before the Ground Zero incident occurred. And that's why he built it there. Which, again, it really feels like the whole idea they had for the steel mill, which was supposed to be like a pseudo-haunted area because the flow of time was weird there. They just merged it into the dry dock area. Funnily enough, there is a section of that area where you can see a still shipping business. So yeah, they most likely just merged it together. Remedy, I mean, didn't seem to concern him that the very people we need to hide from know about his workshop. Probably doesn't help that he won't tell me who those people actually are. Guy's almost as stubborn as his brother. Now that the move is complete and Will is on his way, all I can do is wait. Maybe because the migratory field is leaking in from the future. I mean, yeah, that's definitely a possibility with how this setting works. Is because the ground zero in the future, therefore in the past, in the same location you're having issues. Yeah, I can see that. I guess I should look on the bright side. Second chance at a killer Y2K party. September 5th, 1999. Little me. The most surreal experience. Her eyes looked so full of life. Looking to the clouds, invulnerable to the world around her. She looked full of life. She looked happy. It was me. I knew the day was coming. I knew that I had to go see her and set her on her mission so that she would do what needed to be done. So that someday she would become, well, me. She was in the backyard, bright red duffel coat, playing Simple Pleasures. It's strange. I remember the small details so differently the first time around. When I was a child, that woman who came to see me seemed like an angel, a limitless source of wisdom gifting me with purpose. Now I was that woman, trembling, a lump in my stomach, nervous as hell. It didn't matter. I knew she was too young to see those things in my face. I gave her the notebook. I told a small child to give up those simple pleasures to pursue a life that would bring nothing but pain and hardship. I promised her that it would be all worth it. She would make a difference, that she would save the world. She believed me. Epic Y2K party. Ate bagels with cream cheese and watched Buffy reruns in a drained swimming pool. Party on, Garth. Party on, Wayne. September 11th, 2001. I tried to stop it a second time. I warned them, told them exactly what was going to happen. Nothing changed. I came to terms with the fact that none of this could be changed as a child. But since then, I've seen things that make me desperate to prove myself wrong. Desperate to believe that what I've seen cannot come to pass. I tried to stop the rise of Monarch. I tried to stop Paul Serene, both versions of him. Every action was negated by the force of a timeline that cannot be bent or broken. Funnily enough, Trailblazer, this is... I think there's a few references to the Buffyverse in the RCU. First one's in Max Payne 1, where you find a room in Lupino's hotel, where a guy was stabbed in the back and he started drawing out the letter of the word Buffy in blood. So yeah, it's not the first time. I tried to stop the rise of Monarch. I tried to stop Paul Serene. I already said that. I tried to stop a tragedy as well, Jack's parents, of Christmas of 1999. I knew what happens to them. This time, I was there. The car crashed exactly as it was supposed to. My presence only led to it happening as it always did. Or led it to happen as it always did. So, the Joyce parents were killed because Beth tried to prevent it. She's the reason that Jack was essentially orphaned. That's going to be some head noise upon meeting him again. I went to the funeral. I watched Jack cry. I watched Will build up a wall around himself. I watched two brothers change forever in that moment, and I could do nothing about it. And now this. Fuck. May 22nd, 2002. Monarch. They spotted me near William's workshop. Barely got out of there alive. After all, this time, Serena's still obsessed with finding me. He won't give up until he does. Have to be more careful in the future. March 23rd, or 22nd, 2003. So that's 1 year later. Cat, what are you doing? There you go. End of time. Been having recurring nightmares about what I saw. I've been dreading doing this, but it's time. I have to write it out. It's the only way to move past it. In 2016, I entered the time machine, intending to travel back to 2010. That did not happen. Dr. Amaral changed the date. When I exited the machine, I arrived in the end of time. The fracture had run its course. Time had stopped altogether. The entire world was frozen in one hanging moment. I was the only one still able to function, or so I thought. Then the shifters came. I can still hear them. Their sounds echo through my dreams. The entire world was still, except me. They really don't like movement. Well, they don't like potential. I'd stepped out of the machine into one thing I spent my entire life trying to prevent. The fracture was never fixed. I was living through the proof. The first hours were the hardest. I was living through a nightmare that I could not awaken from, surrounded by constant reminders that my mission would fail. Never able to stay in one place because the shifters were always searching, always hunting. I wasn't alone. I discovered the first evidence of this a few days in. I heard the shifters become agitated, but I was nowhere near them. They were following somebody else, Paul Serene. A younger Paul. Scared, weak, vulnerable. He found me and tried to convince me that what we needed was to work together, to help each other through. He found out very quickly that I wanted him dead. He had no training, no killer instinct, but he had those damn powers. And all I had was a Chronon harness. The end of the world was only 2 people left, and we became sworn enemies. I can't be sure how long we spent there. It could have been months, could have been years. When time doesn't move, it feels like an eternity. Our grip on reality slipped away, trapped in an endless loop of brutal survival. Though we were enemies, there were a strange bond formulated through the suffering. We've shared an experience that no other human has ever endured. Eventually, Paul managed to get William's time machine working. He was convinced that he needed to travel back to the earliest possible point in order to stop this all from happening. He had yet to learn that the past could not be changed. I followed him through the machine, but he escaped. He formed Monarch, he built an empire. I watched the birth of a monster. I can't escape the feelings that my actions helped shape him, what he became. Maybe I could have guided him. Maybe if I had not tried to hunt him down and kill him at the end of time. That can't be my part in all of this. There has to be more. I wake up in a cold sweat most nights. I hear the shifters coming. I can almost feel their presence. Much of my experience at the end of time has become a blur in my memory, but there's one detail that I cannot shake. One detail that brings my entire mission in question. One detail that haunts me. 2021. So on top of everything, she's got PTSD too. February 3rd, 2005. "5 years until the countermeasure will be complete. I spend most of my days training. I don't know what happens when the device is finished, but being prepared is my specialty. I still wonder if Jack will follow the plan, if he will emerge from that machine in 2010. Best not to think about it. I'm not giving up, but I can't let these thoughts consume me. I need to focus on the present, focus on what is in front of me. That's the mantra that keeps me going. Just focus on the present." So I decided to take on some hobbies. Tried poetry, got depressed, dabbled with guitar for a while, smashed it against the wall. Then I started experimenting with graffiti. Seems to be working out okay for me so far. It's fulfilling on a few different levels. Partly as a form of self-expression, partly as a means of release, partly just to fuck with people. What happens when Joe analyzes some graffiti on a wall one day, builds an interpretation in his head, and then 3 years later his depiction of that image comes true? Not sure, but it's fun to think about. I can't change anything, but at least this gives me the illusion of some kind of power. That illusion is what keeps me going on, holding on. Sometimes I leave anonymous notes in people's mailboxes telling them what will happen next week. I watch the reaction from afar, voyeurism and graffiti. That's my life these days. Focus on the present. October 8th, 2007. Jack. I started watching him recently. I know Monarch is tracking him, so I keep my distance. I wasn't sure why I felt a need to follow him, to watch his life from the outside. But now I think I understand. I met Jack in the wake of his brother's death. The onset of the fracture. Worst day of both of our lives. He was broken. That's the only Jack I ever knew. There's some kind of comfort in seeing him in happier times. I watched his band play a gig nearby. Atrociously bad. Whiny emo music. Definitely a music movement I do not need to live through a second time. But there was something pure about seeing him up there, letting it all out. He never had an easy life. It was nice to see that he found a way to release all that. He just looked happy. It made me forget everything else. The nightmares stopped for a while after that, so I kept following him. It gave me something else to focus on. I've spent most of my life hiding who I am, what I know. I knew Jack for less than 24 hours, but he's the only person I've opened up to about everything. I told him the truth, and he believed me. I wish I could thank him for that. I'm not sure what I'm going to tell him if he comes through the time machine on July 4th, 2010. What will he think when he sees me? 11 years have passed. I look like I've aged 3 lifetimes since then, and for him, it could only be a matter of minutes. What do I say? That I saw the ends? That this might be all for nothing? I was the one who believed without question that we would be able to stop the fracture. That confidence has now been replaced with insecurity, weakness. I fear letting him see that. I fear that he'll see the doubt in my eyes. For years, I felt invincible, full of hope. I'm not that woman anymore. I'm scared. December 11th, 2007. Memory. Tonight I painted something at the university campus. It was only after I finished and took a step back to look at it that I realized I've seen it before, about a decade ago. Remains of something painted on a wall but washed away. It was a jolt. Is all this futile? Nothing sticks. Nothing has changed. All of it washed away by the river of time. Fucking time travel. July 9th, 2008. Will. I've been in contact with Will every 6 months or so. Short exchanges just to get an update on his progress building the countermeasure. He's still at least 2 years away from completion, but he's now confident that he knows how the countermeasure will work. He told me that the countermeasure will be able to reverse a fracture in time, but in order to do so, it must be activated early in the escalation of the fracture. Once the fracture runs its course, once the end of time is reached, he believes the countermeasure will be rendered ineffective. I asked him what it would mean if the end of time ever occurred. He said it would mean that the fracture never stopped. It would mean that we failed. In July 21st, 2008, everything I have done has been for nothing. July 4th, 2010, final entry. The day is here. Soon I will receive word that William has completed the countermeasure. I'm sure of it. I've come to accept that this doesn't mean we'll succeed. I've come to accept that my mission was a lie. But I'm not giving up. Lie or not. I devoted my life to this cause. It gave me meaning. It's all I've ever known. Even if I've seen the proof that I won't succeed, I'm not giving up. I will dedicate every ounce of courage I have left to see the truth, or see this through. I'll retrieve the countermeasure. I'll keep it safe until 2016. I will do everything in my power to activate it when the time comes. I will fail, but I will fail knowing that I did everything in my power to save the world. For years, I hoped that this would be the day when I would see Jack again. I've given up that hope. This mission started with me alone, and that's how it will end. This will be my final entry.
Do this anymore. I can't. I can't fucking do this.
Alright, and here's where we're going to have to take a quick pause from the gameplay because we have a lot of information to read from the novelization. Specifically, Beth's experience in the end of time. This is literally about a page straight. Alright, you guys ready to hear what she lived through? At least within the novel continuity. So, for starters, when she exited from Will's time machine, the chronon charge on the machine itself was 0. And it could not be reactivated, so that's why it took a while for them to fix it. It was located in an underground bunker that was a couple blocks away from the university. So at some point, someone shifted it from the swimming pool to a random underground bunker near the school. At this point in time, the entire universe existed in 0 state, which we know, And she could only move because she had the personal harness, which we already know, the stutter-proof harness. The problem is, that thing runs off of a Chronon battery. And she only has 3 hours before that Chronon harness is going to fail, and then she'll just be frozen in time permanently. So she's on a clock. Now, due to various reasons, she was able to confirm that this was taking place in 2021, at least at the point where 0 Point started. So the 5-year timeline between the start of the game and when this occurs is completely accurate. She noted that while she's wandering around, she noticed new apartments had been built, there's some new skyscrapers in the area, and she also noticed the lights in Monarch Tower were on, and she presumed that Paul was in the area, but we know he's not, because the people who were operating Monarch Tower in the End of Time refused to allow Paul to access it, so they made him live on, basically, on the streets as a survivor that way. While she was wandering through the Dead City, she witnessed the timeline of events and the history of what happened. Remember, in the book, Paul released a public statement in 2016 that time was going to freeze in 5 years, and he advocated to them, hey, if you don't want to deal with the eternal torment that's going to come along with the end of time, you can always just kill yourself. And that comment wasn't because he genuinely wanted people to kill themselves, it was because it was going to cause panic. And by causing global panic, they were able to get the world governments to bow to Monarch's every demand and give them access to everything. But because that message was out there, a lot of people took Paul seriously. So, in the weeks leading up to the end of time itself, the suicide rate increased by 5,000% in the week leading up to it. Birth rates worldwide had essentially stopped. Church attendance was way up. However, even then there was theological debates about whether or not someone could get into heaven if you remain trapped in zero state. Because if you're in zero state, you're not technically dead, and in order to enter heaven, you need to die. Therefore, no matter what, you're permanently trapped out of heaven, but if you kill yourself to prevent that, then you're trapped out of heaven too. So there's this huge theological debate that's been going on during this point in time. All the stars were in the wrong position because galaxies had started moving out of place. Stars were now shifting and phasing into other locations, and everything's just wrong. There's newspapers littered around the place that detail things like planes falling out of the sky. The incident with the boat crashing into the bridge that we just saw, that wasn't in the book, but we do hear about it happening through other sources like this. And remember how we talked about the issue with the boat where the captain saw that the bridge was up while everyone on dry ground saw it closed. So there's two versions of reality happening all at the same time. Well, we see more examples of that happening where two states are existing simultaneously. For example, there were cases where families were sleeping soundly in their homes while their houses were burning around them. And the people never got burned because in the state they existed, the house never burned down, but their house was burning in a different state simultaneously. And then the inverse is true. There's cases where the house is perfectly fine and families started to burn alive in their homes while there was no fire physically present. They just started burning with no visible fire happening. It's basically multiple streams of time and reality trying to occupy the same place and fighting for dominance. The dead were literally rising from the grave because they're experiencing a timeline where they never died and therefore exist as a conscious ghost, so to speak. And they gained consciousness long enough before being frozen in zero state. While wandering, Beth came across one street where there was a man who was literally in the process of hanging himself from a tree. Where he got to the point where he put his head through the noose, jumped, and was in that split-second moment between death and consciousness when zero state occurred. Therefore, he is permanently trapped in that moment of fear. Now, Beth ends up wandering into the university. And at the location where the Riverport Library used to be, before it was demolished, there is now a monument that's been set up there for the deceased students, the students that were killed during the university attack. And it was situated on the old library site, and the dedication was a quote from a William Butler Yeats play called The Land of Heart's Desire. And the quote is, "Where beauty has no ebb and decay has no flow, but joy is wisdom, time an endless song." So the play Land of Heart's Desire by Yeats it's just to do a quick overview of it. It's a story of a fairy child who contacts a pair of newlyweds and entices the wife to leave reality and join it in the fairy world. And thematically, what the play deals with is the temporary aspects of life and the aspirations that you hold, which never comes to fruition. And that's essentially how the fairy child is trying to coerce this woman. He's like, hey, everything you want in life, never going to be achieved. Your existence here is purely fleeting. But if you join me over there, you can live forever. Is essentially what is going on in the play. And the fact that they're doing this right over the university where all these students were killed, that is a perfect example of the aspirations for these murdered students never coming to fruition. And again, that goes along with the themes of the shifters only wanting to destroy things that have great potential, that have great larger quantity of branching realities that can stem from their actions. So the destruction of potential at the university with them being murdered, and then the quote in the monument being left. Like, the game is really showing a very common theme throughout all these aspects. That's kind of mostly missing from the game, but you can see it in the game if you have that as a subtext throughout the whole thing. Anyways, where was I? I've already gone through that. So as Beth is leaving the university, she notices there's a girl walking in the quad. She's frozen in time, but she's wearing some earphones, and the woman's just smiling to herself as she listens to her music, just lost in her own world. Now, Beth is able to use some of the stored chronon from her suit, and she unfreezes this girl. Immediately, the shifters attack, because now potential reality is there's more branching realities that are now forming because this girl's now moving and no longer frozen. During that attack, Paul appears and rescues Beth, and unfortunately is not able to save the girl, so the shifters kill this poor girl. Oh, I'm breaking up? Is YouTube buffering? I'll pause for a second, then drink some water. Hopefully it fixes itself. So Beth accidentally causes this girl's death by awakening her into 0 point and then immediately watching her getting murdered. Well, like, no, Beth is still a target by the shifters. The thing is the more people that are moving, the more varied possibilities there are. It's fine now. I think, okay, good. So yeah, she causes this girl's death as well as soon as she got there. Now, Paul was able to at least rescue Beth by tossing out a chronon battery, which he uses as kind of a grenade, and it causes a temporary bubble of causality, aka time. And shifters can't exist within flowing time, so they just vanish during that moment. And Paul gets her and takes her over to the bunker, that's when we get to the scene where he helps to bandage her leg. They spend the evening, and he's explained to her how everything works down here, which we've already gone over that, so I'm not going to repeat myself. But he has a line here that when you're alive, you can be anything, but when you're dead, you're only one thing. Therefore, the shifters really only care if you're alive. They want to kill you because then you stop being something. Let's go through here. So again, we've already established that Beth in the book does not immediately try to murder Paul. She's very empathetic to him. She kind of half grew up with him, so she knows him. He doesn't recognize her because she's changed her entire personality. She's changed how she moves. She's changed her physical appearance. So he doesn't know her. She knows him. So now that she learns everything from him about how she needs to repair the time machine, she leaves him, seals him inside the bunker, essentially attempting to bury him alive. And as a weird little joke here, was she only there for 3 hours? No, so Paul so thank you for mentioning that because I forgot to say it, but Paul shows her how to recharge the Chronon battery of her harness. She attempts, so she charges it up so she's good, and she repeatedly charges it. So that part's taken care of. But as a fun little Easter egg, in order to charge the time machine in that underground warehouse that I got moved to, she needs the Chronon battery to inject a total of 1.21 gigawatts into the time machine. Because you need to have a Back to the Future reference. I mean, why not? Which is actually kind of funny, because when Jesse enters the oldest house, if you look right across the street, there's a sign for 1.21 gigawatts as well. So I'm going to revisit that when we go to play Control. It's probably nothing but just a joke, but it's not the first time they've made this joke. I know, great Scott, everyone. While she's in the process of, Beth is in the process of activating it, and this is the point where I mentioned, what if you choose not to go visit her younger self? What if you choose to disobey the events that you know are going to happen if you try to avoid a fixed point? Well, we start seeing things. So Beth starts having this nagging thought inside of her head that's trying to convince her to return back to the bunker she left Paul in and try to kill him. Like, literally, there's like a voice in her head, some impulse, some gut reaction that she needs to return and murder him. And she actively tries to fight against it. Now, what that is, who freaking knows? But again, I mentioned that the universe tries to find a way to make the fixed point occurs, and it will occur, but how it happens is up to debate, essentially. Now, she ultimately wins her little struggle with this nagging voice. She struggles, she fights it, she wins. But because it's a fixed point, the universe will make it happen regardless. Paul suddenly appears in the room, well, with the time machine. Apparently, he was not sleeping. And he knew that she had tried to bury him alive, but he had another way to get out. He was adamant. Because remember, at this point in time, Paul has seen that, found a laptop in the end of time that has a Wikipedia page talking about him. And it goes over how he is basically the destroyer of his universe, of his world. And he's been trying to reconcile and rationalize how he could go from who he is now to being that, and he will not accept it. So during this scene, he's flat out telling Beth, it's like, hey, I do not want to become that. He's adamant he never will become the man he read about on that Wikipedia page. He's just done with, he's like, I couldn't, that's not my character, it'll never happen. Now, we know he eventually does, but that's besides the point. The problem is, now, in this moment, is when Beth goes, okay, no, you need to stay here, I cannot allow you out. And that's when she starts to attack him in the end of time. She starts trying to kill him then. And during this entire scene, they're also being pursued by shifters, specifically Shining Palm. I keep mentioning Shining Palm. He's the main shifter that's been stalking Paul, and this is the first time that he manifested to him. And again, because this incident right here is a giant junction point. Like, this is a huge split in reality, depending on the outcome of what's going to happen here. Long story short, they escape from the shifters, they end up through the corridor. They end up in 1999, show up in Will's lab, shoot Will, history goes on. But yeah, all of that was going on in the end of time that she directly experienced and contributed to a lot of her issues. And with that, Are you guys ready to actually, you know, like, start playing the game again? Is there anything at all in the game or book that has something to get something done to their hand? What are you referring to? Are you saying why they're called Shining Hands, Marama? Is that what you're trying to get at? Yeah, you forgot there's a game here, EMD.
Hey, there we go.
Exactly. What game? We're playing a game? No, we're not. We're just reading a whole novel right now. The whole Shining Palm thing bugs you. Yeah, we will talk about it. We will talk about it, but not yet.
$11 years.
To try to do some Bill and Ted shit. I mean, basically. So yeah, so she's been tracking this all down. Now, there's a cool little conversation in the novel where Jack is a little too familiar with Beth at this point in time, and she has the conversation with him. It's like, hey, you're what, 28 years old? Imagine you had to think back to the time you were 17. Do you even recognize the person you were 11 years ago when you were in your when you were a teenager? And Jack can't even imagine where he was mentally. Like, he just can't think of it because it's been so long ago. And Beth makes the point, yeah, that's how it is right now with me. The last time I saw you was as far back as between you now and your teenage self.
I'll unlock the door.
And she really tries to hammer that point home to him, that
So
she's
where's
so
Will?
far removed from...
Where's the countermeasure?
Everything she left behind.
The countermeasure's at William's workshop, where he built it.
Then that's where we go.
Yes. That was the plan.
Hey, nice, Jinx. You got the ebook for the novel yesterday? You enjoyed... I actually really did enjoy it. It's way better than the Alan Wake novelization, in my opinion. And remember, the author worked for Remedy and was part of the Quantum Break writing team before he left the company, which was before Quantum Break's release, and they tapped him on the shoulder later to write a novelization. So he was aware of a lot of the story plans before the final product got released.
My supplies are upstairs. We'll need to get them. There's so much you don't know that you never saw. I gave up on the idea that you would ever come.
I need to know we're still in this together.
I told you once our fate is already laid out for us. I still believe that. More than ever. I'm just worried what that might mean.
It means we finish this.
I hate seeing her like this. Like, just the difference between pre-Time Machine and post-Time Machine is sickening to see, personally. It sucks.
You need gear? Take whatever you need. The rest of it's going in the river, along with everything else I brought here.
That's a little drastic.
My time here is done, Jack. I have to erase my presence. Let me know when you're ready to go.
Trouble is, we know she doesn't erase everything because just before we jumped in the time machine just now, she mentions...
I'm ready when you are, Jack.
Younger Beth mentions finding a bunch of, like, journals and things left behind from her prior self, which is evidence of her presence. So, obviously, some things were still left, but, eh.
Okay. The countermeasure's at Will's workshop. We find it, then what?
You bring it back here, use the machine, and return to the future. Use it to stop the fracture. That was always the plan.
That is still the plan.
Yes.
Hey, Jimmy, welcome on in. Glad to have you on board. I appreciate your, you love the lore videos. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Which is the game that you primarily follow for? Just out of curiosity. Come on, Carbine. Advanced Tactical SMG. There's my boy. That's the gun I like.
You followed Paul to 1999. Why did he travel so far back?
To form Monarch. Prepare for what's coming.
You kept tabs on him.
And he's kept tabs on me.
Alrighty, so let's take a look at the rise of Monarch. I think we've already read something similar. So 1999, Monarch formed, CEO was never disclosed. Lucrative investments all over Serene's future, on Serene's future knowledge. And again, so he was a silent CEO, so to speak, so a lot of Monarch employees don't know about him, at least until recently, and maybe only a small percentage actually do even now. Control and Alan Wake stuff, nice. That's what we're here for. Remedyverse stuff is just our furway. I'm not saying that right, I apologize. That's our jam. August of 2000, Monarch spotted following William Joyce. Monarch is following William throughout Riverport. He no longer safe to keep in direct communication. May of 2001, Martin Hatch is hired. First listing of Martin Hatch of the employee chart. No details available on Hatch prior to this. In May 2002, Monarch patrolling workshop. Monarch spotted me near Will's workshop. Barely escaped alive, must avoid workshop area. August 2003, Monarch on the Fortune 500. Will positioned on Fortune 5. Investments have stopped. PR campaign has begun. February 2005, spotted by Monarch. Monarch still searching for me. Must stay out of public eye from this point forward. March 2006, R&D facility, research and development commissioned, Goal Island. Must invest further. October of 2006, Martin Hatch is promoted. Martin Hatch is now designated Monarch spokesperson. Previously spokesperson found dead. So I'd presume Hatch had something to do with the previous guy's death. Every promotion Hatch received results from a trail of blood. In 2008, Monarch Tower construction. Construction begins on Monarch Tower. 2009, Monarch investigations Will's workshop. Monarch personnel spotted covertly entering Will's workshop. They may know what we're up to. Monarch security cameras now surrounding the workshop. Approach the area will alert Serene. In March of 2010, Monarch Chronon Division was delayed. Monarch Chronon Tech was research under Dr. Kim was not proceeding as planned. Not enough Chronon particles available. Ground Zero was not present. Question mark. Because yes, after the Ground Zero, the event, is when Chronon started to really show up there. December of 2010, Dr. Sophia Amaral was recruited, hired as a Chronon research scientist. And 100% of our collectibles for the area, and I did not mean to do that. Alright, so before we go talk to Beth, we have another section of the novel to read through. So this is going to cover a lot of the time from Beth when she arrived in 1999 up through 2010, which is right now. So there's a lot going on for her. They mentioned a little bit in her notebook in-game, but there's a little bit more. Alright, so let me just skip through. So for starters, originally when Will activated the time machine, his parents were still alive at that point in time, and he left a note before going on this little journey of his, or this planned journey he was going to take. For first and foremost, he was leaving the schematics and details to be used by the U.S. government in the future. He also declared that all intellectual property related to his any technology developed through his time technology was to be owned by Mrs. Serene, so Paul's mother. And Will made the comment that she was far better at that stuff than him. And then all the proceeds were left to his younger brother Jack. So he'd be giving everything to Jack. And did you guys notice how the clocks in the oldest house are stuck at 3:45, which is the primary Pythagorean triple? Maybe a reference to the board? I can write that down. I was actually going to revisit the 3:45 thing when we got to Control, and I've never come to a conclusion about it, but that's interesting, and I do want to look into it. Give me a second. One second. Yeah, because I know, like, one thing I was going to check is because I know I want to say 4:15 a.m. is when the fracture in time in this game happened. So I wanted to check when we got to Control what the clock was in the oldest house during the building lockdown. And if it was 4:15, I would lose my shit. But if you're saying 3:45, okay. Interesting. Okay. So that was his intention, is leave the intellectual property to Mrs. Serene, give her the details so she can collaborate with the U.S. government, and then leave all the proceeds from the technology to Jack. After his parents are killed the following January, he burns through the grant, burns through all of his money left from his parents because he sold a lot of their assets, life insurance, things like that. And then he starts taking the loans out from the mob Aberfoyle, the character we mentioned at the beginning of the stream, to fund the countermeasure research. Because at this point in time, the only thing Will cares about is getting the countermeasure done. Any means necessary, and that's going to require money. So he used any means necessary. So during the time, this 11-year period, Beth does not just stay in the swimming hole. Because again, at this point in time, I think it was not until later that Will actually purchased it, but Beth was actually acting as a invisible guardian to the 9-year-old Jack. Because remember, Gibson's C Division sent out a bunch of assassins through the time machine, and they were supposed to randomly appear throughout history. So Beth rightfully presumed that, hey, they may show up at random and try to assassinate young Jack. So she's like, I need to protect this kid. Essentially, what happens is she sets up in the woods outside of the Joyce family barn, or family farm, I should say. Specifically, inside that shelter that was cut into the side of the hill in the forest. Remember, Jack and Paul, when they were kids, used to tell stories about the witch in the woods that lived inside that cave in the hillside. Well, that witch of the woods was actually Beth, future Beth, keeping an eye on him. In essence, the urban legend that they told about this witch was inspired directly from Beth without realizing it. Now, at some point, the first of Gibson's crew shows up from the time machine. It's the soldier named Irene. Remember, we talked about her briefly when she went through the Chronon training procedure, and she confronted the shifters, and she was the only survivor of that incident. So she shows up and immediately goes in to enter the house with the intention of murdering a 9-year-old Jack. Now, of course, Beth was keeping an eye on things and intercepted Irene's infiltrations and kills Irene before anything could happen. Because, again, she wasn't expecting any resistance. She was expecting to find a child and to kill him. So, Beth kills Irene and drags her body into the time machine, into the corridor, and leaves it in there. And then eventually when she convinces Will to transport the time machine from the barn over to the swimming hole, they have to disconnect the core. And because the core is disconnected, and this is where we get into some horrific shit, because the core is disconnected, that means it is impossible for anyone who is already in the corridor to exit in the point in time when the core is disconnected. Because literally, there is no, as far as the technology is concerned, there's no time machine. Because it's been disconnected from everything else. So what happens to the other members of C Division who are already in, because in 2016 they enter it, Irene gets out before the core is disconnected, all the other ones get to the exit, and it's locked. They can't get out of the corridor. Each and every one of them arrive in time to starve to death. The next one shows up, finds the corpse of his companion having starved to death, and then starves to death in the corridor. Then the next one shows up and finds two corpses, can't escape. So basically, there's nothing but like a half dozen dead bodies permanently trapped inside the corridor, and Gibson's the last one. He appears, finds this all, and that's how he dies. And this is why whenever anyone enters Will's time machine, it smells like death. Because if anything enters into it because of the type of space that exists in there, anyone who enters always exists there. So there's always going to be a half a dozen corpses in that corridor that just degrade away. Yeah, it gets pretty freaking dark, guys. It gets pretty gnarly. The book does not hold any punches. It's almost like Microsoft censored a lot of the original plans they had for the story. But it's messed up. But on the bright side, Jack is kept safe throughout all of his childhood and into adulthood. Okay. So let me scroll through. Okay. Sorry. I'm just trying to see where I was at. Because I literally have like a full page of notes that's just for what's going on here. Ding. Okay, and after the time machine is moved, she spends the rest of the time hiding in the swimming hole. Done. Where can you get the book, James? I mean, I think I got mine off of Amazon, to be honest. Let me see. It might still be on there, but there's not a lot of copies of it. Yeah. Yeah, it's still on Amazon. You can purchase it from there. Yeah, so she wiped out the entire team by locking them in the corridor because if the corridors, if the core is not connected, then there's literally no means of exiting in a point in time when that core is not there. And that's why when Paul, for example, because let's take this logic to another stage. Now, the reason why when Paul went to go try to travel into the future, it exited specifically through the one that's connected to Monarch Tower, because that's the same core. But it was still active at that point in time, because at the end of time, it was still plugged in Monarch Tower. Anyways. And with that, that brings us up to date with everything that Beth had to go through. So we can literally thank her for making sure we did not get killed by multiple time-traveling assassins.
I can't imagine what happened to you. When you entered that machine, I wanted to go after you, but I didn't know where Sophia sent you or how to find you.
You made it here. It's all that matters. You followed the plan.
Whatever happened to you, change it.
Don't.
We can fix this.
Don't.
We can undo this.
You still don't get it. It can't be changed. No matter what we do, the pieces fall in all of the exact same places. I've tried. Over and over.
I can't just sit back and do nothing.
You have to let go. Jack. You have to let go. I've seen it. The end of time. That is where she sent me. I was there. I've been fighting this fight my entire life, and I saw us fail. I saw where this leads. I just don't know anymore. I don't know if we can win this thing.
Then we'll die finding out.
So to answer your question, Jim, we don't know if that is really Beth Wilder in the picture in Control in the P7 room, where Jesse's talking to someone in the diner. We don't know if that's actually her, but she's wearing the same beanie. So I know it's a common fan theory that she is talking to Beth, but how that's happening, we don't know. If that even is the scenario, we don't know how that's occurring. Beth just needs her surface weapon.
I don't know a fraction of the hell that Beth went through, what she experienced when she saw the end of time, how that changed her, like it changed Paul. Followed by 11 years of living like a ghost. Beth I'd known had laser focus. This Beth, she had doubts. You okay?
Yeah.
But the countermeasure, the one thing that could set things right, was waiting for us at Will's workshop.
There it is.
In 2010, Monarch didn't own the area yet. That came shortly after because of what happened with you. But we knew William was building something new in his workshop, and we knew it must be important. We were monitoring the place.
Yeah, Beth knew about your presence. She'd done spying on her own. We came over the rooftops to avoid detection.
Yeah, so what's explained...
It's this way.
Mostly in the novel, because they don't really clarify it too much in the game, but essentially the error that happened was because when the point in time... Because Paul was trying to set the time machine to like 5 minutes into the future so that he can...
This way, Jack.
1 second, Beth. So that he could test out the traveling forward in time aspects of it, except the core was removed, therefore the 5 minutes in the future no longer existed, so the machine kind of kicked back a null value with the program, and when it's null, it just sends it all the way, it basically sends it to the end of time automatically. And we know end of time was 2021 because everything, like for example, if someone has a digital watch that has the date on it and they're frozen in time, you can tell that that's exactly when it ended because that's when the clock was frozen. If you pull up if you find an open laptop and it has the date on it, that's when the end of time happened. So we can clearly date it. That's not really even the question. So sent them to the last possible moment that the machine works, maybe? I mean, possibly. They don't go into full enough details, and that's something I wish we had a Quantum Break 2 to answer these damn questions, but whatever.
February 28th, 1999. 2100 hours. He got away. Serene is gone. When Amaral sent me through the machine, I thought I'd come out on the other end with a solution in sight. I found the opposite. The end of time. I saw it. I don't know what that means. Ever since I was 8 years old, I saw proof that things happen for a reason, that they can't be changed, that I had a purpose. I don't know what to believe now. If what I saw was real, then anything we do to stop it will fail. If that's true, then what is this all for? What does it mean? I can't give up. I'm gonna complete the cycle. Find a solution. There's still hope. I have to believe that.
Okay, let's get this going. Hey, they're playing some beer pong over here. Looks like a good party. And this would be a good opportunity to put some Ama beer here, but no, it's just Mara beer. Unfortunately, they didn't start using Ama beer until...
Does Will know we're coming?
Alan Wake 2.
No, he doesn't.
I think. I don't recall if they did it in Control or not. I'm gonna buy a tanning bed and I'm gonna live in it. It's a reference. Barry Wheeler, the goat. Alright guys, we're about to break something.
Come on, this way.
Whoops, sorry.
Fight goddamn power outages this week. That's the last straw. I've had it. Where the hell you think you're going, Punch? I quit.
Over here, Jack.
Fair. Gonna ruin that guy's future? Well, because this is a quantum ripple, we will read what happens to that gentleman as a result of this. I think Alma was in the remaster, but not in the original. I think it was only Alan Wake, the remaster leading up to Alan Wake 2, because they needed to prep it.
From this point on, we may be in their sights. We need to be quick.
Remember that my headcanon is that the events of Alan Wake Remaster is essentially a second edition to Alan Wake's story, where Alan had to go back into it and make a few edits to make the logical progression from Alan Wake 1 to Alan Wake 2 more believable. Because there were so many wild alterations between the settings that if you just went from A to Z, there'd be too many plot holes. So he had to make a second edition to Departure, a second edition to Departure, and that's what Alan Wake Remastered is. That's why there's a few slight differences in the game.
Hey, Will?
He's not here. I made sure of that.
What? Why? He's the only one that knows how to use the countermeasure.
Which is why he needs to be kept safe. In case... things go bad.
Fine. We get the device, then you lead me, my brother.
Sure.
Now, where do we find this thing?
Will said he secured it inside a safe. Somewhere in the building.
Alright, Will. Where'd you hide that safe?
Okay, so before we head on in here and start doing this section, we have one last section of the novel for this entire chapter. So after leaving the swimming hall and before arriving here at the warehouse, Beth takes Jack to run a few errands. First and foremost, they head back to that little shelter built into the side of the hillside, the cabin of the Witch of the Woods, and clear it out. She removes any sign of her presence there, so Jack gets to see the remnants of his house. It's not destroyed yet. 2016 is when it blows up. But he gets to see his old house and even sees him and young Will running around. And then they go to an empty warehouse. We can't read the Ripple intro until the end. We watch the episode. So even though we've done the Ripple, the reports are not readable until you finish the live-action TV show episode and then go back to the next act. So that's going to be next stream. But after leaving the woods, they head to some random warehouse, and Jack is just really confused, like, okay, what the hell are we doing here? This has nothing to do with anything. And remember, July 4th, 2010, the day we're playing right now, this is the exact same day. Understood. We're not going to head over there. But
try to find a way in.
This is the exact day that younger Jack and younger Paul are up on Bannerman's overlook with a gun to their head by Aberfoyle, the mob boss. So we started this entire Quantum Break adventure talking about how the prologue to the game involves them about to be assassinated because Will took out a debt to pay for this entire operation from a mobster and couldn't pay them back. So they were going to use Jack and Paul as collateral. That's happening at the exact same time, on this very same day. So what's going on in the book is Jack and Beth...
We need to find a way inside this room. Maybe there's a key.
Will is too scatterbrained to remember a key. My guess is there's an electronic lock in the most irrational place imaginable.
I'm trying not to pause to have this discussion, because it's always nicer to have this ambiance. Beth has some binoculars and is watching what's happening on the Overlook. She's literally positioned herself in a section where she can see what's going on the Overlook with Jack and Paul. And then, remember, in this scene, Zed, aka young Beth, shows up and does the whole little power play where she starts threatening the mobster, Aberfoyle, holds her hand up in the position of a gun, and then pulls the fake trigger, and then all of a sudden one of the buildings explodes out in the distance somewhere on the other side of Riverport. And these are all operations of Aberfoyle's where young Beth, I'm talking.
Echoes. Will was looking for the same thing we are.
I'm talking, Beth. And she just keeps blowing up Aberfoyle's operations using this. How they pulled this off is all of them were already rigged, and this Beth, the one we're talking to right now, future Beth, is holding the trigger. And young Beth and older Beth are working together to create this illusion where she watches the finger go off and then immediately hits the detonation switch to create this illusion that she's controlling this. So there's two of them working in tandem. And this has to be done first, and essentially how they time it perfectly is older Beth writes down in her journal the exact time where one of them goes off, and then hands the journal, and then after going through the time loop, hands the journal to her younger self. So now the younger self knows exactly when to do it, and some timey-wimey bullshit, so they have this perfectly choreographed. And then after all this stuff is done is when they come to this warehouse. So the whole thing comes full circle. Yeah, they pull this grand hecking witchcraft. It's bullshit. Okay.
11 years. Building this thing was his life for 11 years.
Yeah.
So yes, it has to be a dodecahedron because we need one of those platonic solids for whatever reason. Looks to be okay. Performers' final calculations. Also fun through tritium tunnel. I don't know what tritium means. But remember, guys, the dodecahedron is the shape that Tim Breaker was chasing all throughout Alan Wake 2. When he kept seeing these quote-unquote UFOs in the skies and following it all around the woods, it's specifically in the shape of a dodecahedron. Now, why an alternate variant of Jack Joyce is seeing a UFO, aka quote-unquote, in the exact same shape as the CFR that his brother in another universe made? Weird. But also remember that there is the Sterling AWE event that has the stone that is the exact same shape of a dodecahedron. So there's something going on here. I have no idea. Maybe we'll figure it out eventually. He has the gunshot wound right now.
It's April 2nd, 1999. It's been about a month since the incident. Since I was shot by the man from the future. Since Wilder. I've moved the machine. Hidden it. I wish I could destroy it, but I made it tell me as little as possible. The more you know about what'll happen, the worse it'll be. We're all puppets. I can think that for as long as I can't tell the difference. I think she understood. Doesn't matter anyway. She told me the fracture is gonna happen because of what I did. I have to fix it. I have to. I don't know how yet. I have to build a countermeasure of some kind. I know the theoretical mechanism of the field's collapse, but how to stop it, let alone reverse it. It'll take years of research. I have no idea how to do this. How to pay for it. I don't know. Wilders from the future. And she came to me. I have to assume that I was successful, right? Why else would she come to me?
I mean, you certainly do have to presume that, or go insane.
He was planning on giving it to you.
And it was stolen before he ever had the chance. Which means this is the only way it can play out.
Alright, Will's journal, June 7th of 2010. Oh, you so much, Draco. You're gonna have to watch the VOD later, because there was a huge info dump. I don't know, when was the last time you were, when did you leave the stream? Alright, the countermeasure is near completion. I should be celebrating. I should be excited. 11 years of work is coming to an end. But there is a weight on my mind. I can't shake it. Jack came to see me. He found out that I sold our parents' house to continue funding my research. Understandably, he was furious. After all, the house was left to both of us. He doesn't understand the necessity of what I'm doing here. Talking turned to yelling, yelling turned to pushing. He told me it wasn't mine to sell. He told me that they were his parents too. He told me that I was a piece of shit. I was angry. I couldn't contain myself, and then I said it. I still don't believe the words came out of my mouth. I told him that it was his fault. The car crash. I told him that he was to blame for everything we'd been through. I knew it was the one thing that could truly hurt him, and I used it. I can justify my actions as a result of months of fatigue, frustration, lack of sleep. I was wrong. I knew it as soon as I said it. He just stood there, devastated for what felt like minutes. I could see a wall building between us. He told me he's leaving this town. He's never coming back. That was 3 days ago. I haven't been able to reach him since. I can't sleep. I can't eat. I can't concentrate. I know the countermeasure will be finished soon, but that victory's a hollow one now. I've spent 11 years building a device to save the world. The only thing that kept me going all this time was the fact that there was one person in this world that I needed to protect, no matter what the cost. I just lost him. Okay, for some reason the audio is not playing here. That sucks.
There's some things you need to know. You're the only one who can stop it.
There's no theoretical groundwork. It could take even years to build.
And it will. You'll have to keep it a secret. Even from the ones you love. It's the only way to keep them safe. You witnessed one, didn't you? An echo.
Yeah. It was you.
A long time ago now.
Mm-hmm. Hey there, Switch. Welcome on in. You started with Control. Do you think what Tim Breaker in Control 2? Last time we saw Tim was in the Dark Place, and I'm not sure how much involvement the Dark Place is going to have in the story. Honestly, if I had to make a wild-ass guess, I'd say we might see more of the other than anything else. There is a possibility we may see Sarah in it. Because we know that Sarah left Bright Falls and joined the Feds. We don't know what Feds. But that is a possibility. I think it's confirmed that Barry is no longer in New York. So he's somewhere completely else. He got out of town. So I don't think he's going to have too much involvement in it. Maybe a passing reference. But if I remember correctly, he did get out of town. It's really hard to say. I'd presume Darling's going to make an appearance. So, who knows? Who knows?
Hey, Riverboy. I'm pretty sure you folks are having a better time than I am. Old Bobby's still stuck in the studio just a little while longer. Whereas all of you folks are out there enjoying what I hope are spectacular 4th of July parties. So set up some fireworks, eat a little too much, drink until every joke you hear is funny, and spend some time with your loved ones. Appreciate the good things in your life, you know? This country ain't perfect, but it's still pretty damn good, and it's sure as hell worth celebrating. I'm about done here myself. I can't wait to get home, crack open a beer or three, and kick back with the people I love most. We're gonna appreciate that this year's better than last year, and we've all got good things to look forward to. And isn't that what today's really all about? Being safe and free, not having to be afraid, knowing that we've made a future for ourselves, and that it's all gonna be all right. Yeah. Riverport, this is Bobby Radford signing off for tonight. I'm wishing all of you a happy Independence Day.
Alright, so this tune is called Pod by a band called Byproduct. Now, I think it's very sad that Bobby has to mention spending time with your loved ones at the exact same time where we're exploring the schism that was formed between Will and Jack here. Hey, Vest, go ahead. Dude, get some sleep, Vest. I know you took some sleep meds. Get some sleep. You can catch up on the VOD later. You're good. And Switch, yeah, if you're not familiar with this game, this is not Jessie. This is quote-unquote Beth Wilder, who is one of the main characters in this game. She is played by the same actress, and she does have the exact same appearance. She's an alternate variant of her from a different universe. So the Quantum Break universe is not contained within the Prime universe. Remedy universe.
Flashes through time. I assume pieces of that puzzle had come together since.
And some are yet to come.
So this does not take place in the main Alan Wake Control universe, but it does have connections. For example, Alan Wake does exist in this reality. We see his books, we see video games based upon it, and other connections as well. But there are themes and events that happen here that we see echoed in other Remedy games. So you can get an idea of what they're planning and what they've done previously. But yeah, it's a lot. So even though it's disconnected, it's still important to keep in mind.
The power setup wasn't working. But it must have worked at some point. Maybe I can rewind time to get this working.
And yes, I do think Former will pop up. Draco.
It was all there on the board. The details of his downward spiral. His work consumed him. Became some kind of desperate obsession. He was never the same.
So Will's whiteboard. Remember, Will had a hard time remembering things, so he tracked things he had to do. Call Jack on his birthday. Apologize to Jack for not calling on his birthday. June 2nd. Don't forget. Don't forget what? Thanksgiving. Remember. Pay the electricity. Get electricity turned back on because he forgot to pay the electricity. Jack's birthday is June 2nd. Buy groceries. Give Beth an update on status. Erase this. June 2nd. Apologize to Jack again because he did not call him on his birthday. GMDR. What does this note even mean? That's actually a good question. I'm writing that one down. GMDR. Will's whiteboard. Does anyone know what that could be? By any chance? So buy whiteboard eraser. Meet with bank for loan. Shower first. Shower. Now, this is not a detail that's in the game, but all the passwords, whether that be at their family farm or here in the workshop, Will uses Jack's birthday for all of his passwords. And he does it for the sole purpose of trying to remind himself. And he keeps forgetting. Okay, let's do this. Reset time. Go. Got it. Okay, let's get going. Yeah, that's like that whiteboard's probably the closest thing we get to having him as not all there as he is in the book mentally.
Over here, Jack.
I gotcha. Collectibles, Beth. We've had this conversation before.
He didn't leave the code. But I can crack it. I just need some time to...
Somebody's here.
It's Monarch. I knew it. I knew they'd find us.
I'll take care of it. Just get that safe open, stay inside.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, combat time. Let's do this.
You'd been spotted the moment you arrived. You never had a chance. You were on a suicide mission.
Yeah. I wasn't gonna lie down and just give up without a fight. Not then, not ever.
This is Trojan 1 approaching workshop perimeter. Over.
Remember, orders are to take her alive. Monarch Actual's en route.
Roger.
Stop right there. Where's the girl?
Hey. Hold on. Take it easy. What seems to be the problem, guys?
On your knees, now! Trojan 4, we're going inside.
I can't let you inside that building.
I said on your fucking knees. That's an order.
Hey, I'm warning you. This is not a fight you want to start.
Stand. He's got a gun! Open fire!
Give up.
What the fuck was that? Engage! Shoot him!
Remember, at this point in time, Monarch troops have not seen these kind of Chronon powers. So they're just like, what the fuck? In the future, where they have Chronon tech, it's not unheard of for them. Dude, I was reloading. You don't wait until I reload and then come around.
HQ, we got a situation.
What's the sit rep?
He got backup. I don't know what he is.
Orders are to keep the mission quiet, tidy. We can't afford unwanted attention.
He's fucking tearing us apart.
I'm on my way. Hold the perimeter.
I'm not even doing anything, guys. I'm literally just hanging out here. Alright.
They don't make this easy.
These guys are nothing. I almost feel bad for them. They are so not prepared for this fight.
Target. Light him up. What the hell?
Alright, where's the sniper? There's the sniper, so let's take this one out. Boom! No, we don't have to deal with that bitch. Alright, let's go. Holy shit! Woo! Okay, hold on, run. I need to get to safety. That was poor positioning. Please don't shoot at me. Bro. I popped out of hiding for 1 second. The sniper just one-hit KO'd me. God damn it. Yeah, at hard difficulty, those snipers just do full health, one-hit KO. That's it. Alright, let's do this again.
Stop right there. Where's the girl?
Hey. Hold on. Take it easy. What seems to be the problem, guys?
On your knees, now! Trojan 4, we're going inside.
In the words of Alucard, I'm not your mother last night!
He's got a gun! Open fire!
Alright.
What the fuck was that? Shoot him! Take the other side! We need backup! Take the other side!
Yes, Draco, I saw your comment. I had to copy it.
He got backup. I don't know what he is.
Orders are to keep the mission quiet, tidy. We can't afford unwanted attention.
He's fucking tearing us apart.
I'm just standing here, guys.
No!
I'm literally just hanging out here.
Time to move.
There he is. Okay, that's one. There's gonna be 2 more snipers. So I'm gonna stay in this general direction so I can avoid their line of sight. Okay, fine. Hey, you. Alright, we almost got a reload. Hey, 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 hey. None of that. Okay, we got 2 down. Where did you come from, you dick? God damn it! Seriously, those snipers just freaking... they're murderous!
Stop right there. Where's the girl?
Hey, 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 hey. Hold on. Take it easy.
She's got a gun! Open fire! What the fuck was that? Shoot it!
Gotta move.
You see that?
Okay, let's just see if I can rush this.
What's the sit rep?
She got backup. I don't know what it is.
Orders are to keep the mission quiet, tidy. We can't afford unwanted attention.
He's fucking tearing us apart.
I'm on my way.
Come on.
Hold the perimeter.
You, sir, are a dick. Where? Okay, I'm gonna stay in this corner because it seems to be safe from the sniper staff. Okay, have they spawned yet? I don't see them spawning just yet. Nope, I see them spawning now. Okay, at least I'm safe in this corner. Nope. Cut it out. Cut it out. God damn it! Like, it's literally just one-hit KOs. Alright, take 4, I guess. Jesus.
Stop right there. Where's the girl?
Hey, 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 hey. Hold on. Take it easy.
I think I may need to, like, set up the shield in tandem with my explosion so that they can't shoot me while I'm loading up the thingy.
Cover me. I'm hit.
Come on, stand up.
Get round.
I'm gonna have more deaths in this one fight than the entire rest of the game combined. Jesus. You know what? I'm just gonna make it easy. Try to do this without powers and see if we can call dispatch. Nah, it's fine.
HQ, we got a situation.
What's the sit rep?
She got backup. I don't know what it is.
Orders are to keep the mission quiet, tidy. We can't afford unwanted attention.
He's fucking tearing us apart.
Okay, come on. And that one missed entirely. Son of a bitch. So now I got one sniper that's still just hanging up there. Come on. There's the head. Perfect. Alright, where is he at? There he is. So let's pop out, drop that, then explode, and we're good. Yeah, I think that's a good enough combo there. But, holy shit, I almost just took that one to the face. Alright, where's more? Oh gosh, they just spawn non-stop, I swear.
Grenade!
Please don't throw a grenade at me.
Oh.
That did not work. Okay. Okay, I think I can try to go for one of the snipers now. Nope, until... it's fine. Pop it. Good. Run. Okay, we're good. Did that take him out? Yes, we're down to one sniper. Come on. I gotta let that one... Got my time blast on cooldown right now. I'm just gonna hang out here. So how you guys doing? I know it's been a long stream. We still have a junction point episode and a full half-an-hour episode of the TV show to watch after this. All right, let's go. Done.
Get out of my way! Here we are again. Exactly where we left off years ago.
Paul.
I...
Give me the device. Come with me. We can survive this together. You know it can't be stopped. I can see it in your eyes. You know this.
What if you're wrong?
And here we go. Probably the most important event in the entire game. And there's a reason why this location became very is in possession of high concentrations of chronon particles for their harvesting efforts. Because it's releasing them all right now.
We created Ground Zero. Caused everything to happen how it always did. Every piece falling into place.
Except one. The blast sent you through time. Brought you back to 2016. The same exact time from which you left. Something anchored you there. We need to know how you did this.
You think I wanted to come back? I was pulled away. Everything I came for was still back there. Left behind.
So from an outside perspective, anyone who walks in here and sees something like this, they'd see it as a ghost. Like, oh my god, a ghost is occupying the area. Like, no, you're seeing someone at a different point in time. It's not a ghost. But that's how it would be perceived.
No, Beth. Beth! Come on, move! Beth, get up. Beth, come on, get up. Please, Beth. Beth, you need to move, okay? Yeah, that's it. Get the gun. Come on, Beth, move. Come on, please. Beth, move! Paul, don't do it. Don't do it! Don't!
I'm not wrong.
You can't.
No! No!
Zareen had the countermeasure the whole time. I had to get it back.
A rash decision. You claim Beth Wilder's death had no impact on your behavior, but...
Like I said, I barely knew her.
So, what you did next? It wasn't personal?
No.
Oh, he's 100% lying. Alright, we're going to talk about the variances in this scene, or the added information in this scene, as soon as we get to the junction point. Alright, I'm skipping that because I already got copyrighted during my last one. The song is called 10-Ton Skeleton by a band called Royal Blood. But yeah, so, I forgot to mention this at the start of the stream, and if you're stayed this late, thank you so much. I'll also mention it at the beginning of Act 5, but my Act 3 video did get copyrighted because of the Paramore song, and it is blocked in a couple countries, so if you end up not being able to find Act 3, that's why. I apologize. Anyways, so... real quick, before we head up into the next junction point, how this played out a little bit differently in the book. Essentially, it all happens the same. There was other Monarch technicians that were on site at this point, and they put the countermeasure in a gym bag, and the technician basically tripped, fell, and broke it open. Whatever. Same thing happens. Beth is the one who ends up closing the countermeasure. However, they are very explicit that it destabilizes her existence within time. And yes, this is a point where she does start moving down the path to being a shifter. They confirm it. Her other selves begin emerging forth, and her hair catches fire. Very much like the lyrics from Late Goodbye about the flaming hair. Essentially, there's while she's laying there after shutting off the countermeasure, there's an infinite versions of herself all trying to vie for control over her body. And one of them in particular is a version of herself that left this place with Jack without ever going to the warehouse. Essentially, walking away from everything. A part of the version of her that wants to just say, fuck it, I don't care, I just want to go live my life, is now trying to fight to live in control of the body that's left behind. Now, she does get, instead of being shot in the head here, basically Beth opens up her jacket and her entire body is rigged with C4 and she blows herself up, trying to kill Paul at the same time. Now, she does not succeed, but it is what it is. Now, another detail is after this stutter occurs, the first stutter, and Shining Palm appears again to attack them. Now, Paul kind of just gets the hell out of there, but something really weird happens, and it kind of clarifies how Jack jumped from 2010 to 2016 just like that. Because if you think about it, he traveled through time without the presence of a time machine. Which Clarice makes the claim, oh, something tethered you to that time. Something. They don't clarify what it was. In the book, Shining Palm literally approaches Jack, grabs his face with that shining hand, and forces Jack into a state of quantum superposition, and Jack is conscious of Shining Palm forcing him down a few million different variations of reality and pushes him back into 2016 and right to a point in time where Nick and Sophia are present. Oh, I forgot to mention, before leaving the time machine, Jack tells Nick to get Sophia to the hospital. But for some reason, Shining Palm grabs Jack and forces him back into 2016 right next to Nick. That's kind of convenient. It kind of helps a little bit, right? And that makes a little more, at least it clarifies a little bit more of how he got back, rather than just saying, oh, something tethered you there, with a big question mark. Let's continue.
I don't have much time left, I know. I spent 17 years working it out, planning it, building Monarch, because I knew what was coming, and I knew it couldn't be stopped. But what I've built has been turned against me. What is the point in saving them if I can't trust them? I'm slipping away into pain and rage. The sickness is accelerating. The CFR. It has cost me so much. But I have harnessed its power. And with it, my plan will work. With it, I will keep the lights on when the world goes dark.
Mr. Serene? Sorry to disturb you, sir, but I have that cleanup report on Dr. Kim's lab you wanted.
Meet me in my office, soldier. I'll be there when I've sealed the CFR chamber.
Okay.
The lab explosion. My treatments, all gone. First things first. Seal the chamber. CFR has been secured.
Mr. Serene? I'm in your office.
I'll be right there. Serene out. This soldier doesn't know how close to the end I am. I'm not afraid of death. I'm afraid of becoming the enemy. What that would mean for me, for the plan. I can feel it infesting my thoughts.
So you're seeing connections between Paul and Northmore. That's an interesting thought. All right, before we continue, we do have a Beth audio diary. This will be my final entry.
July 4th, 2010. I've spent years in denial about what I saw, about its inevitability, the end of time. I wanted to believe maybe Jack was right. Maybe all this could be undone. Erased. I looked for proof. A loophole. Something. Jack's parents died in a car crash. 1999. I thought, maybe if I could stop it from ever happening, if that were possible, then I failed. I failed every time. Every time I tried to make things right. This is our destiny. The good and the bad, intrinsically tied to this path. It can't be bent. It can't be broken. No matter whether we succeed or fail, it still comes. I see it every night in my dreams, scraping away at my mind. The end of time is coming. And the only way I've been able to keep sane is by focusing on the present. What's here? Now, in front of me. But today's different. My whole life, I've had a mission. I'm gonna see it through. Even if there's no hope. Even if we fail. This is what I was meant to do. And I know what happens next. This will be my final entry.
And it was, as far as we know. Alright, so there's a huge section I have in my notes to talk about right now, which, honestly, I'm gonna skip until next act.
I don't know who to trust anymore. Martin Hatch. He used me all these years. How deep does this betrayal run? How many more are there? They wanted the lifeboat to fail. Why? What's their agenda?
Sir?
Be right with you, son.
Alrighty, so in my notes, I mentioned to literally go through this entire timeline and series of boards. I'm gonna not do that for right now because we've already gone on far longer than we should. We will be back in this room later on in Act 5, so then we will go ahead and read all of this. But otherwise, we'd be here for like another half an hour just going through this part. So let's just go up and check a few things. One second, Zoe.
Sir, you ordered us to search the demolished lab. Your treatments were destroyed, but there was one left. The casing appears to be broken, but it's all we could find.
Alright, from Clarice Ogawa to Paul Serene regarding Mr. Hatch's arrest. Mr. Serene, I just heard that you ordered Mr. Hatch arrested.
The treatment's right here. Whenever you're ready.
I understand that there appears to be damning evidence against him, but at the risk of offering my opinion where it's not wanted, I ask you to reconsider the situation. As Mr. Hatch has repeatedly said, there are people working against you from within Monarch, and I believe he's right. I don't know who they are, obviously, but I believe that Mr. Hatch's attempt to expose them may have made him a target. I'm sure you can see what I mean. It seems very convenient that just as Mr. Hatch is trying to convince you that there are people you can't trust within Monarch, your treatments get destroyed, and he is implicated. Looking at this from a POV of an actual traitor, I can't think of a better way to get rid of a threat, strike against you, and allay suspicion, all in one bold move. Obviously, sir, I trust your judgment, and you know I have the highest respect for you. I don't mean to second-guess you. Still, I'm afraid that you're being manipulated. Martin Hatch is not your enemy. Clarice, we know you're in his camp. Cut the BS. But again, Paul doesn't know anybody at this point. He can't trust anybody right now. Alright guys, I'm going to do a quick bio break. I apologize, and I gotta let the cat out, and I'll be back in a minute. And we'll wrap this up and get to the episode. Alright, we are back. Alright, so under normal circumstances, actually we do have to head over to the internet real quick because we have the Trust Hatch alternate variation of that email. So let's go check that out real quick. So that's going to come over here. We're going to be in Will's Workshop, Junction Point, Hatch. Alright, so the email instead is from Clarice to Paul. Sir, the activation of the lifeboat strikes me as a prudent measure, and I'm glad we're not taking any chances on the front. However, having discussed the matter with Mr. Hatch, I'm increasingly worried about Dr. Amaril's motives. We know that she was involved in the explosion at the treatment lab. The thing is, she's intelligent and resourceful, but that explosion wasn't something a clever scientist whipped up in her lonesome. The lab was blown up with military-grade explosives sourced from our armory, an armory she does not have access to. And they were not just thrown in at random. Somebody with a solid understanding of structural weaknesses and demolition expertise set them up. That's military training. So we know she has a competent help. That means she's not working alone. Clearly, Dr. Amaral is connected to Joyce, and she wouldn't have been kidnapped, quote-unquote. She wouldn't have been kidnapped. That had to be her exit strategy. She had to know that we'd traced the lab explosion to her, but that's not the only concern. We have to try and figure out who she was working with on our end. Cat. I know her betrayal hurt you personally in more ways than one, and this may not be the easiest time to start looking into this. I hope you know that I'm at your disposal. Whatever you need done, I want you to get to the bottom of this. Yes. She wants him to get to the bottom of this as long as it does not implicate Hatch. And the correct narrative is being played. Okay. Okay, so we got you. So this may be completely pointless, but just looking around here, we have the Riverport Gordon Hotel. We have Riverport Holdings and Investments. There's the... Right over here, we have the North Pole Security Software. That one's a little weird one. We have Minute Foundation, K1 Distributed Database. And 102.7, which is right down there, which is the radio that Bobby uses. That's a radio thing. Santa is in the RCU. I mean, the mysterious case of Mr. August is an event that happened in Bright Falls around, like, I want to say 2009-ish, 2008. And there was a character, a filmmaker, or a documentary filmmaker named Klaus Sankt, who did a little piece on Mr. August, and Klaus Sankt literally means, yeah. It's a possible translated reference to the Saint Claus.
One of my treatments, but it's damaged. Is it safe to use?
Sir? I didn't catch that.
Or is it a trap? Another betrayal. The treatment will make me weak. Is that what they want? Can any of them be trusted?
I'm not a traitor. You're the same now. And I need your help.
I can focus on the mission. The lifeboat. See it through to the end. I still have allies I can trust.
Look, you have to realize you're not going to keep me from getting the CFR.
Last chance to walk away, Joyce.
Liam Burke. He would fight to defend us. To slow Jack down. The plan could still work.
You have all betrayed me. Assured my downfall. And now, I will assure yours.
My wound will be renewed. My wound will see.
falling apart. They're working against me. They're fighting each other.
You'll need to get to Serene's office. He's got direct access to the CFR. Alright? Joyce fixes the fracture. He fixes the world. Now go home happy.
Charlie Wincott. Another weakling. A traitor siding with Jack. I can make them suffer. All of them.
Alright. So I'm kind of in a pickle for this one. So normally I go the control route, simply because I think it's within Paul's character to do anything and everything to stay on task. But I do understand his fear that maybe this, because he has been sabotaged left and right, that maybe his treatment was sabotaged as well. I get that. I think the surrender is a lot more fun with some of the events that occur, and my notes actually are written as if we took the surrender route, for some reason. Because I'd never actually taken the surrender route, so I wanted to check it out. And so my notes are literally written in that way. So let's go surrender for the fun of it, because no one ever does that. Everyone tries to have him remain in control. But I do want this preface that I do not think the surrender route would be what Paul does. I truly believe he would always stay in control no matter what. But this one's just more fun.
You have all betrayed me.
Oh, shoot.
Assured my...
Oh, come on. Don't reload on me.
Sir? Are you all right?
Who put you up to this?
Sir, you ordered us to go through Dr. Kim's lab, find what we can...
Who are you working for?
You, sir!
Liar!
What the fuck?
No. Any of them. It could be any of them. I need to be careful. Bradbury swimming pool.
Yeah, nobody went this route. That sucks. I mean, yeah, working at Monarch does not seem like a good idea. I mean, working at the FBC is kind of hazardous to your health as well. All right, let's do this.
Paul Serene's become unhinged.
What about my treatments?
He's triggered a catastrophe.
The Joyce field could collapse within 8 hours.
He has the chance to fix it, but he's choosing not to. He's choosing to let things end. And this is where we come in.
Good evening, Dr. Amaral.
You're 5 minutes out, Mr. Hatch.
I've come to free you, my friend. It's time for you to rejoin the others, to return to the infinite. What was troubling me is who got them into Kim's lab. She paid a visit minutes before the explosion.
Sophia's loyal. If the fracture's happening now, I owe this to her.
Dr. Holden, the protocol's been initiated.
Liam?
Yeah, so I have some information about Warren Hatch.
I want him apprehended immediately.
And here we go. There's a few big variations in what happens in this episode based upon not just this decision, but the Trust Amaral versus Trust Hatch decision. Something tells me this is not going to go well for you guys. This is going to be one of those you're trapped in here with me scenes, isn't it? Yeah, because literally all he has to do is shift into a version of reality where he's not handcuffed. And that's really it. I mean, there's so many potentials of this whole thing that could have happened in the story that they never really showed off.
Dr. Emerald, are you
Where's
hurt?
Paul? I need to speak with Paul.
Right this way.
Okay, in the Trust Hatch variation, she's under arrest and being taken to him regardless, but they're in her custody and not allowing her to go of her own free will. Take it easy, Ray.
You initiated it. Paul, look at you. You need your treatment.
I don't need anything.
Listen to me. The time machine was different than Monarch's. It was William's original. I had a chance to examine its main board. There were key elements in its design that were blatantly different from ours. The accident, it wasn't an accident. These were the very changes that William was so agitated over. He was warning us. It was him, Paul. It was Martin. He wanted the fracture to happen.
Go to the lifeboat. They'll need you.
What about you, Paul?
I have to get to the swimming hall.
Paul.
Now, Sophia! Go!
Okay, so if we went Control, he is not aggressive here. And also if we went to Trust Hatch, in both versions, Paul kills her right here. Either he takes the paperweight and beats her over the head with it, or he strangles her to death. But that's only if you choose to Trust Hatch. And he does not care.
Fucking amateurs. Huh. Hello, darling. Defense status. Active. What?
Yeah, no, I agree, Marama. What he's typing is no way being reflected on screen. They just want to make it look cool.
You owe me one.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it, Trailblazer. The swimming pool is also yet another lake/ocean/waters for the Remedyverse theming. Mm-hmm.
Come on. Come on, pick up. Pick up.
Beth, I don't know if you can hear this, but it's Fiona. I need your help. Do you copy? Beth, it's Fiona. Do you copy?
Sorry, I lost both my hands to the cat right now.
Beth.
Luckily, we're watching TV now.
It didn't work. I'm sorry. I couldn't find the protocol.
So for the most part, her character literally has no impact on the story.
Yes, speaking.
This is Jack Joyce. Beth told me you were working together. You might be the only ally I have left.
What happened?
Serene. There wasn't anything I can do, but Fiona, there is something we can do now. I need to find something Will called the countermeasure. It's 12-sided, small, metallic, like a soccer ball.
It's a D12.
CFR.
The what?
The chronon field regulator. That is the countermeasure.
And it can fix the fracture.
I mean, she has a role in the control. Like, in-game, she only really appears in the control junction point, if we choose to have Patch take that last treatment. And then she plays a role, but other than that, she's more acts like a POV to give us an insight into lore-building aspects of the world, and that's really about it. Realistically. Yes, that's the food truck. Because remember Nick posted that Jack was seen going into a food truck. So now they're searching all of them.
Basement 5.
That is a lot of basements, and it's a very long walk. At least put a people mover down here. I mean, come on. If airports can do it, we can do it in Monarch when you have basically infinite resources. And don't worry, we will talk about the Monarch logo in Act 5. The stylized butterfly. We will discuss that. Now this very much looks like the inside of the oldest house. Even down to those little things, those little planters with the shrubs. You see what I mean with how the evolution of ideas, even though this is a tangential universe, you can see how Remedy evolved the storytelling from Alan Wake to American Nightmare to this to Control and onwards. I mean, yeah, technically they weren't supposed to, Marama, they weren't supposed to initiate the protocol for another 5 years. So this is 5 years before the entire place was even finished, hence why it looks like it's still under construction. Oh, I forgot to mention, so if you go with the Trust Hatch version, Paul doesn't initiate the lifeboat protocol himself, but when Sophia shows up here, she just does it herself. She goes rogue and initiates it herself.
We need to talk. Look, I was wrong. okay? Jack Joyce. He can use the CFR to fix the fracture. We need to get it to him.
CFR is what's powering this place right now, Fiona.
Yeah, but I spoke to him. I spoke to Jack Joyce, and he needs it.
Just, if you let Joyce use the CFR, then that means the lifeboat's gone. No,
that's not.
No,
that's
these
not
people down here, they can figure it out. They can fix the fracture. That's what you wanted in the first place.
These people, this is Monarch, okay? They're the ones that got us into this. Do you think they give a shit about any of us?
I mean, you realize what you're asking.
What's the plan once we get to Monarch?
We need to find a way onto the lifeboat.
What are you doing? They need to stop!
Jack, we know where the CFR is.
She's having a bad day.
Jack, it's Charlie, listen. It's at the top of the Monarch Tower. So you gotta follow my instructions exactly. Jack. Jack?
Jack. Jack.
Fiona, stop.
Jack!
No. Look. That area up there is insanely secure. He's not gonna be able to get in. Hey, wait! Wait.
I need to finish this.
I know, but I'm the one that should go. The CFR defenses. There's no way he's gonna be able to get past them alone. I'm the only one. I mean, you belong down here. You actually would be useful. I'm dead weight. I'm a glorified locksmith. Why don't you let somebody else be the hero? Okay, tough chick?
Everyone needs IT, Charlie.
Fuck you.
Hey, Charlie. You're an okay date.
I know.
Your emails are still creepy though, dude. Just saying.
Come on.
Yeah, I mean, Trailblazer, the whole deal with the two different timelines for the end of time, 2016 versus 2021, I just presumed that it was presumed by Paul that the events that happened at Ground Zero are what initiated the 2021 end of time, but most likely it initiated the 2026 end of time. Because remember, there was that one document that clearly stated that you have to use the countermeasure very quickly after the end. Actually, no, I take it back.
Our war is underway,
We'll wait.
and the time has come to fight for our place in this existence. My enemies, some have shown their faces, others are still out there, and I think of all of you.
Hey there, Ernest. Yes, I'm planning to play Control. I just need to finish up my notes on it. I'm like 2/3 of the way through the art book and getting all of the lore details from the art book, and then I'll do my replay, take my notes, and we'll get going quick. I hope so, Morama. I hope there's time to play the whole thing. I mean, I can always just do more stream days. Like, I normally only do 2 streams a week, but I can do 3 or 4. That's not a problem. But for sure, I'm not going to be able to get to Alan Wake 2 before then. Alright, so in the Control version, Paul intercepts Liam and Emily here and basically converts him to do what he needs to do.
Oh, shit!
So, the scene with Paul here, he flips Liam, sends him up, puts him in a Chronon suit. Because remember, Liam has done the Striker, the C Division training, so he knows how to operate in the stutters with that tech. Sends him up, and then he takes Emily down into the lifeboat personally. So Paul walks her down there himself. But in the Surrender one, that's not what's happening. Instead, they bump into Charlie.
Hey, no, 3 times you fucked me. I know that's what it looks like. Get on the ground. On the ground.
Yes, 22. I will be doing Alan Wake 2 lore afterwards,
I'm
but
a coward, all right? I have to look after myself.
after Resonant, there's probably a lot I got to do on that game first, to be frank.
What I'm doing right now, where I'm going, it's not about me.
You said you would get us on that list.
Yeah, I know that's what I said, but plans have changed.
Charlie!
Joyce can fix the fracture.
You're running out of words, Charlie.
Liam?
That's what you care about, right? Right? I mean, that's what you're doing this for, huh? Huh? That's why you left everything in Monarch for your family. And for what? So you could raise your kids in a glorified basement? Because that's all the lifeboat's gonna be. I mean, Serene's lost his mind. If the lifeboat was the answer, don't you think I would be on it? Hmm? I mean, listen to this guy. He's insane. Okay? Hey, okay. Look, Joyce fixes the fracture, he fixes the world, we all go home happy. But I have to help him, and I can't do that if you kill me.
If you're wrong about this,
I know, don't worry. I'll shoot myself.
lose the harness.
Yeah.
I get it, you know, we have trust issues. Whatever.
Yeah, it's a true thing.
An army with the...
But yeah, in my opinion, a lot of the errors in judgment that happen throughout the course of the story is simply because the flawed belief that the trigger point leading to the 2021 end of time was actually a trigger point leading to the 2016 end of time, and something else caused the 2021. Or there's information we're not privy to. So it's really hard to speculate because there's information we just don't know. There's something else going on.
Power to prove to the world that you can travel this road, you can prevail.
That's it. Looks like a CFR to me.
So the code he just used right there was 1848. However, if you use the control version, it's 7548. So the code's different if Paul surrenders versus takes the treatment.
Liam.
Drop it.
Hey!
Yeah, he was running on empty to begin with. I agree. Yes, the hatch would still be there if you did the trust. If you trusted hatch. And in the control.
I can't do that.
Regardless, hatch shows up in the scene.
Understand something, Charlie. This world, you know, this world is at its end. But one world's end is merely another's beginning, and my world will be renewal. My world will see balance.
Let me see what I can do for you.
Maxwell's demon. The great threat is turning the world into a closed system. The one who controls the doors between two systems.
Stop it, stop it. You need to save your strength.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I did this for us. I did this for us. I did it for us. I never knew what we could be. I knew it was selfish.
Just don't you.
I'm only sorry I didn't ask you sooner.
Just hang on.
I'd give anything for that year. I'd give anything for that year.
And he's gone. Yeah, regardless of which universe you're in, Liam always seems to have a bad ending. I mean, in the Control version, Liam does not get shot here, and he makes it past the scene, but Charlie's the one that gets shot in the back of the head and killed in the Control ending versus Surrender. And it kind of mirrors the scene with in the book with Horatio and Nick, where Horatio's in this room doing the exact same thing that Charlie's doing right now, and Hatch shows up and kind of just severs his throat by phasing his hand through it. So it's kind of like an echo of the same scene. And activate the stutter proofing. Stutter proofing means a shifter can no longer remain manifest within a stutter-proofed environment. So Hatch dematerializes.
Burke!
Reading the literature, maybe, Marama.
Burke?
Let's try this again.
But of course, he can always rematerialize.
No, no. Oh, God.
Shifting to a state where he didn't get shot in the chest, so he never takes any damage. But the eye seems to work. And if you do the control ending, there's a fight between Hatch and Liam stabs him in the other eye. So one way or another, one of the Burks injures Hatch's eye, and that just knocks him down completely.
Yeah, thank you.
One of the two Burks is the one who takes him out here. Always in the eyeball, and that's might be as a result of the Chronon-infused eye drops he places in his eyes to keep him solidified into one reality.
Come on. It won't turn off.
Shouldn't we go?
Huh? Oh. There gotta be a way. There gotta be a way. There's gotta be a way. Text here. It's stutter-proof.
What?
I have to help Jack Joyce. Hey, come here. What's your name?
Emily.
Emily what? Burke?
Emily Burke.
Okay. I'm putting your name on the list for the lifeboat. Look, you gotta go take the elevator all the way down. You'll know when you see it.
Yeah.
All right?
I got it.
Once you get down there, I want you to find Fiona Miller for me, okay? Can you do that?
Yeah.
Tell her what happened here. Tell her this world, it's a weird place. That's always gonna need people like her to help understand it. And then I'm gonna help make it right. Help keep it going. Tell her I finally feel connected.
Wouldn't that be interesting, though? Because, yeah, we do know that Dor took Odin's eye back in, I want to say, 1988. If the eyes in question is Odin's eye. Granted, like, in between the two, between the surrender and the control one, it's a different eye that gets taken. I think she shoots out his right eye and Liam stabs his left eye. So I don't know why it would be both, but Mr. Dor did take Odin's eye back in 1988. We don't know what he did with it. But that'd be interesting. That would be interesting. If somehow Hatch is in possession of Odin's eye. Granted, there's no evidence for that, and that entire plot point was not developed or even conceived of at the time of writing this game, so it'd be a retroactive thing if they wanted to go that route. So, in the context of this game, that's not what's going on. At least when they wrote it. Skip, skip. Boom. And freeze. Even more interesting if he retroactively takes the eye because he lost it here, even if it's in the future. Dude, that'd be crazy. That because he lost the eye here, he needs a new one, and then he, in 1988, takes the eye from Odin in order to replace the one he... Which, if we go with that route, then, yeah, it doesn't matter which eye it is. Because as far as I know... Okay, I can do a quick Google search on this. But if you're getting, like, a eye replacement... And, like, you're, like, surgically... Does it really matter, like, between a left eye and a right eye? Can you attach the left eye to the right eye socket and vice versa? I don't know. But that would be very interesting. And that may be what gave him another degree of all-seeingness. What matters is the nerves are attached to the brain, not the eye. Thing is, I honestly don't know. I've never thought about that question, but I can definitely look into it. Anyways, guys, I am going to be leaving this off here for today. We're nearing the 5.5 hour mark for today's stream. And I gotta work in a few hours, so we are gonna leave this off here, and I will see you all on Friday, where we will begin and complete Act 5 and the conclusion of Quantum Break. As soon as that's done, I will take a short pause, probably taking next week off so I can get all my control notes and research done. It's probably not going to be a lot, to be honest. It's going to be more wing it kind of things, but I at least want to get all of the art book stuff figured out, documented, and then get my collectible lists written down so we don't miss anything. But besides that, I'll leave you all. You all have a good night, good day, wherever you're at in the world, and love you all. See you soon.